Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and this is where MAGA comes to talk. All right, this is an important program today. It looks like there was another attempt on President Trump's life, again here in Florida, and we're going to go through everything we know as of now. And if you watch on my main live stream, I'm showing the visuals of what happened. Palm Beach International Airport right here, which I've gone to many, many times, flown out of it, and taken you all there on YouTube many times to see Air Force One and Trump Force One. Palm Beach International Airport is where Air Force One takes off and lands, Trump Force One as well when he was using that. And it's a 5-minute drive from the airport, maybe 10 minutes depending on traffic, although the president doesn't have traffic, but it's 5 to 10 minute drive from Mar-a-Lago. And the road next to the Palm Beach Airport where Air Force One lands with the president is a straight drive right from the airport to Mar-a-Lago. The road is called Southern Boulevard on your maps and in all the news stories. However, the county commission months ago renamed it to Donald John Trump Boulevard, but they haven't updated the signs. Google Maps updated right away, but iMaps hasn't updated. They haven't updated the signs yet. And on Friday, the president came to Mar-a-Lago this weekend. And now we're getting into the cooler months. And during the hot months, Mar-a-Lago is pretty much closed. And the president goes to New Jersey. That's what the rich do. They come to Palm Beach, but they come here during the winter, right? Remember, so Mar-a-Lago is the winter White House. And he'll be coming here a lot. So he flew into town on Friday. At some time on Friday, before the president came back and landed at Palm Beach International Airport, the Secret Service, doing a sweep of the area, found what they describe as a hunting stand in a tree with a direct line of sight to not just Air Force One, but to the steps that the president walks down and up, boarding and deplaning Air Force One. Kash Patel and the FBI have taken over this investigation. On the screen, I have an image of the hunting stand, which to me, that's not a hunter's stand. That is a sniper's nest, is what I'm calling it. And I've been following the little bit of news coverage that there is, which is really just a copy and paste of all the other stories. But since I know the area and I live here and I've driven by this spot in my lifetime 1,000,001 times, the Palm Beach International Airport is in downtown West Palm Beach. It is a very busy area. In fact, the road that goes by the airport is one of the busiest roads in all of Palm Beach County. There's a traffic jam there day and night, every day of the week. It's a very, very busy area. It's not an area where anyone would ever go hunting or target shooting. It's because, one, it's a downtown area. It's right off of I-95. It is, there's a lot of businesses around. There is, the airport. People live near there. It's not an area where anyone hunts. It's not an area where anyone would be firing a gun or even displaying a gun, okay? And since the people that are covering this story, for the most part, are out-of-towners that don't understand the area, they're not really putting this in perspective. They found this on Friday, according to the most recent reports. Now, again, this is a developing story, so what I'm sharing is what we know as of now. This could change during this program. It could change this afternoon, but this is what we know as of now. So the Secret Service was doing a sweep of the area Friday before the president landed on Air Force One. They found this on Friday. Some reports say Thursday, but then the most updated reporting says Friday. The initial reports from the FBI say that this, I'm going to refer to it as a sniper's nest moving forward, okay, because that's what it is. They say it's been there for some time. And I'm really curious about this because what some time means and how they determine that. The president has been landing here as president for years. He's been back in office for almost a year. It was almost a year ago since the national election. And the Secret Service have been doing sweeps of this area for about a year now. So how long, when they say it's been there for a while, how long does that mean? Wednesday, Tuesday? It's also where this sniper's nest was found is a 5-minute drive and within walking distance of where the golf course assassin was. Okay, so it's the same neck of the woods. So I'm counting this down as an assassination attempt. So this is the second assassination attempt within a 5-minute drive area. I mean, the Trump golf course is literally right down the street. When Air Force One is here, since Butler, things have changed. You guys that have been following me for a while, in Trump's first term, I used to go by the airport all the time and show you guys Air Force One. I'd live stream, I would do vlogs. And you remember that? I'd go right there, and Trump Force One as well. And I'd go right up to the fence along the tarmac on the runway. I would show you Air Force One. I'd show you Trump Force One. But they've changed how all that's done since Butler. And I haven't shown it to you. And that has not been by accident. I haven't shown it to you because the security is so intense at a level that I've never seen before that I don't want to show it on camera. But I'll tell you a little bit of it, of what when you go to the airport now with Air Force One, you can't see it. You can only see the tip of the tail. They have surrounding the fence line and Air Force One a wall of school buses. And these are the big size school buses that have the flat fronts to them. You know what I'm talking about? Like almost like a city bus, but they're the yellow school buses. They have these covering the entire fence area, bumper to bumper. So you can't see anything other than the buses when you get there. There's other things which I'm not going to talk about. But the only thing you can see is the tip of the tail of Air Force One when you're there. This sniper's nest in this tree with a direct line of sight to Air Force One is at a distance. The sniper's nest is up in a tree that is a heavily camouflaged position. If you're looking at the image I have up on the screen, and with an elevated position like that, you're seeing above the school buses. And that area also is there's a bit of a hill there for the road when you get right there, because the Southern Boulevard starts to go uphill or downhill. If you're going east, it goes uphill. If you're going west, it goes downhill, because the road goes over State Road 7, 441 there. So I'm not sure. I'm going to drive by that area. I'm not going to do it today or tomorrow. I'm going to wait a few days because this investigation's going on, and I don't want to impede that. But I'm going to go near that area to see if the tree itself is on elevated ground or not. But without a doubt, even if the tree is on totally level ground with the airport, but there's a good chance that it's not, the sniper's nest is up in the tree with a direct line of sight. This is crazy to me. It's completely insane. When I saw this yesterday, I got goosebumps. I did a live stream on YouTube about this yesterday when I first saw this. I mean, I'm in complete shock over it. Also, the news coverage about it. There's news coverage, but very little. And because the president, this was a big deal. They found this Friday. And over the weekend, that entire area of the road was shut down to traffic because of the FBI investigation into this. They didn't find any people. They didn't find any ammo or anything or any weapons. They just found the sniper's nest. And it's strapped to the tree, and then there's some legs on it as well. And this is a very similar thing as we saw with the first two assassination attempts of the president last year, right? in Butler, that monster was at an elevated position. And then the golf course assassin, while he wasn't elevated, he was hiding in those bushes, remember? So this sniper's nest that the Secret Service found, and we got a hat tip to the Secret Service for finding this sniper's nest that they found, which they must have really been shocked. I mean, when they saw this, it must have been like all hands on deck in that area. I mean, look at that. So it fits the pattern of the previous 2 assassination attempts, and I'm going to tell you, my opinion is it's the same people behind this one that were behind Butler, the golf course, and Charlie Kirk. I think it's all the same people. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. If you're watching live, the number is pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. If you're watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my main stream, you can see the images I'm showing. And there's a link to that main live stream on YouTube in the description of that video. You guys have seen this area when I've gone up there and made vlogs and live streams many, many times. The area where the tree is it's not easy to get to. You would have to either know the area or do some reconnaissance to find this area, okay, where the tree is. It's not directly off the road. You have to take some back roads, go through a neighborhood, and zigzag around. And my guess is there's always a lot of security there, even when the president's not here and not coming here. But my guess would be that there's less security when he's not here. And my guess would be that the last time they did a sweep of the area was the last time that the president came here. Now, the spokesperson from the FBI and the Secret Service said that the FBI is combing through the cell phone tower data for phones that pinged. And this tells me that they've probably have narrowed it down a little bit, because that is such a high traffic area. The road itself has traffic jams day or night. If I went there right now, it's 5:06 in the morning right now, right here. If I went there, there would be cars there, bumper to bumper, right there. It's right off of I-95, which has 1 million cars going up and down it every day. So if they're going through the cell phone tower data there, they've got to have a specific something, a time, a day, a couple of days, maybe even a number. Now, like I said, this is walking distance from where the golf course assassin made his attempt. And I'm waiting for the fake news media to try to tell us that he put this up there. There's no way. That was a year ago, right? That was September of last year. That was a year ago, over a year ago. There's no way this has been up there for very long, because the Secret Service do these sweeps every time he comes to town. And I don't know when the last time he was in town was, but it wasn't that long ago. And there's been many, many sweeps of the area because he's come to town many times over the course of the second term already for thing here, a thing there. And they didn't find it. They didn't see it. And so I'm thinking it's much more recent than you would be led to believe. But they're just never going to leave this great man alone. Right now I'm wearing the Butler shirt, right, with President Trump, blood on his face from when they shot him there. And what triggered this? See, I do believe the same people are behind this sniper's nest that were behind Butler, the golf course, and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Do you guys agree with that? Or do you think I've gone out on a limb? I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. And I think what has triggered this is the indictments. The indictments. Because the ones that have come down are already pretty big. I'm not talking about Letitia James. They don't care about Letitia James. Letitia James, we like it, but we got Comey and and all this stuff. There's some others coming. And they're worried about the next ones that are coming. I think that's what triggered this. And I'll play this later on the program, but Eric Trump was on Smirconish promoting his book over the weekend, and he said that they don't know anything about the Butler shooter. They only have that one photograph of him, that weird one on the... And my guess would be that if Eric Trump says he doesn't know anything about the Butler shooter, that means the president doesn't know. But there is no situation where anyone would be hunting or having guns out in this area. It's too busy of an area. It's not a hunting area. And there's only one reason to have something there like that. In fact, if it was somebody that was even a plane watcher, this is the wrong part of the airport. The part of the airport where Air Force One lands is where there's private companies that have like prop planes that fly you to the Bahamas or Key West or, private jets. Those airlines that they say they're private jets you can fly on kind of cheaply. I can't remember what those are called. They fly out of this area. So if it was a plane watcher, you would be on the complete other side of the airport because that's where the planes are taking off and landing nonstop. You wouldn't be even over here for plane watching. There's just no way. So this is without question another assassination attempt on our president. My name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Welcome everyone to the program. And if you're new, make sure that you subscribe. All right, guys, make sure you subscribe. And here's, let me pull up this article. Here's an article in Breitbart. In fact, it's such a serious thing that the president had to use the short Biden stairs to get on Air Force One when he left yesterday. And after everything that happened at the No Kings March, with all these monsters making all kinds of threats and saying terrible things about that are violent and everything else, to have an assassination attempt the same weekend. Now, another thing is, that's one of the reasons you're not seeing so much coverage of it, because the media know that it'll discount the No Kings crap that went on over the weekend. That's just the reality of it. I mean, there's no getting around it. Okay, here's in Breitbart. Kash Patel confirms Secret Service found hunting stand. I'm calling it a sniper's nest. Is it fair to call it a sniper's nest? I think it is. With view of Trump at Palm Beach Airport, FBI Director Kash Patel confirmed Sunday that the Secret Service discovered a hunting stand with a view of President Donald Trump as he disembarks Air Force One at Palm Beach International Airport here in Florida. And, there's another thing about it that is concerning to me. Why do we know about this? I'm very curious as to how this story got out. Because it seems to me they found it on Friday that they shouldn't have let it be known to the public, that they should have sat on it to see if anybody went to it and climbed the tree and got up in it and then busted them. And I'm very curious as to how this story got out. Was it leaked? And if it was leaked, my guess would be the people that leaked it were the people behind putting the sniper's nest there. But, and then here's another picture. I mean, a direct line of sight. Let me pull up this article, a couple articles about it here. Hold on, guys. Let me pull this up. If you're new to the program, make sure that you subscribe, all right? This is where MAGA comes to talk. We'll be live on the radio in about 45 minutes, 50 minutes or so. I came on way early today because I wanted to cover all of this. Okay, this is from Axios. Secret Service finds hunting stand with line of sight to Trump's Air Force One in Florida. I mean, that's... why is everyone calling it a hunting stand? Why are they calling it a hunting stand? I don't view it as a hunting stand at all. I know that may be what it was made for, but it's not a hunting area. You don't hunt there. There's no one would be hunting there. Trump boards Air Force One quickly using small stairs due to increased security measures, the White House says. Fox News is reporting. And I noticed a few months back, I went up and made a vlog showing the president, showing the Beast and the presidential motorcade. And if you go and watch that video, it's on the channel here. The Beast was traveling at full speed. Remember that? And I was telling you that was very unusual, because what President Trump did prior in the first term, and even in the last 4 years, he would drive slow, and he would actually have the Beast slow down and come over to as close to the curb as they could when people were standing. And it came by at full speed. I could feel the wind. And I was watching the local news on Friday when the president came home. It was the same thing. The Beast was traveling at full speed. This is why. This is Fox News. President Donald Trump boarded Air Force One quickly using the small stairs due to increased security measures at Palm Beach International Airport on Sunday, White House officials tell Fox News. So, they're concerned about this, to say they don't think it's a hunting stand. Let me pull this one up. This is Breitbart. Kash Patel confirms Secret Service found hunting stand, sniper's nest, with view of Trump at Palm Beach Airport. The United States Secret Service spotted a suspicious stand near the Air Force One zone in Palm Beach, Kash Patel wrote on X, which included a screenshot of a Fox News article the FBI is investigating. In a statement to Fox News, Kash Patel explained that the Secret Service discovered what appeared to be an elevated hunting stand that had a view of the president exiting Air Force One. Patel added that no individuals were located at the scene. Prior to the president's return to West Palm Beach, the United States Secret Service discovered what appeared to be an elevated hunting stand with sightline of Air Force One's landing zone, Patel said in a statement, adding that the Federal Bureau of Investigations has since taken over the lead of the investigation from the Secret Service regarding the hunting stand. The Secret Service spokesperson explained that the Secret Service discovery of the hunting stand came as they were conducting advanced security preparations ahead of Trump coming back to Palm Beach. While we're not able to provide details about the specific items or their intent, this incident underscores the importance of our layered security measures, Secret Service says. Now, this area of the road was closed down all weekend. Very busy area. And that means they were sweeping everything in that whole area in detail during, and then they go into the others. No doubt in my mind this was an assassination attempt. And the only thing that's changed would be these indictments that they did not think were coming. And the big one was Comey. Now, the early portion of the program, of course, the pre-radio show is brought to you by the great Mike Lindell at mypillow.com. And with my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, you can receive huge deals. And Mike Lindell's towels right now, the 3-in-1 sales going on, which includes the towels, just $39.98. It's a 6-piece MyPillow towel set. You get it for $39.98. Regular price is $69.98. When you use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane at mypillow.com. The towels, they're soft, they're absorbent. They actually dry you off. You'll be as dry as a bone. You've never had a proper towel until you've had the MyPillow towels. I love them. But there's also huge discounts site-wide, as you can see here. Pillows, slippers, sheets, and a lot more with the promo code Kane at checkout. So go to mypillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout for huge savings. That's promo code Kane, Kane, at mypillow.com. This is, people don't understand that are on the left, the never-Trumpers. They just don't get it, all right? President Trump is the first president in any of our lifetimes, maybe ever in history, of this great country who's not part of the political establishment. And other presidents that you might think were outsiders really were not. The Clintons, Obama, no, they were insiders. Not going to go into how or why, but right now, because I've talked about it so much over the years, we've never known a president who was a complete political outsider. And if you remember, what they did was go to President Trump when he was president-elect the first time. It was Comey, and he had the fake Russian dossier. And what he did with the fake Russian dossier was try to blackmail him with it. He took that fake Russian dossier, took it to Trump Tower when he was president-elect, and dropped it on his desk and said, we can either investigate this, which means trouble for you, or we can make it disappear. And then they would hold it over his head. And he said, get out of here. It's not true. It's absurd. And that what's in the dossier is absurd. So they've not been able to get control of President Trump. And it's not for the lack of trying. They've been trying to get him under control for years. And when they couldn't get him under control, that's when they started arresting him during the Otto Penn administration. And when that made him, when he became even more and more popular, and they realized he was a sure thing to win the presidential election, that's when they shot him in Butler. And then that didn't work, so they tried again in September. And then they failed there too. Okay? So, you know, they just will not stop. And, you know, when I tell you guys, I will never disagree with President Trump, and I will never criticize President Trump. There's good reason why. One, he hasn't said or done anything I disagree with. I support everything he's done. But look at the sacrifice that he's going through for us and for this country. If he would not have run again, he wouldn't have been arrested. He wouldn't have been shot. If he would not have run again and become president, this assassination attempt would not have happened. And, you know, when I went to see the Trump motorcade when it came back to Mar-a-Lago, when he first became president again, and I saw how fast the beast was driving down the road, I talk about it in that video. It was very upsetting because he's living in fear. What is this like for Melania? What is this like for Barron and Eric and Don Jr. and Tiffany and Ivanka and their children? Kai, Trump, and the rest. What is it like for them? Not just that their father and grandfather and husband are under constant threat, the president, but they're in danger too because they're with him. And he knows more about all of these things than we know, including this. And he still goes out there and he risks his life every day to do the things that he's doing. And that's why people that are critical of him, that are MAGA, should, you know, like Laura Ingraham said, shut up and dribble. What are you sacrificing? What are you risking? I know what President Trump's sacrificing, and I know what President Trump is risking. And we're seeing it here each and every day. This is really frightening stuff. It really is. And, you know, they are more emboldened all the time. You know, you saw the clips of the people at the No Kings March over the weekend. These are angry, violent people on the left who feel fully justified in their threats and the violence they committed. Now, Laura Ingraham, this was an interesting, Laura Ingraham interviewed the vice president, J.D. Vance. Listen to this, what J.D. said. This is amazing.
People want to see people go to jail for this.
Well, first of all, people will go to jail for this. But the president of the United States has made very clear we're taking a whole of government approach to this. We're looking at the funding networks. We're looking at the people who are inciting violence. We're looking at the people who are promoting and encouraging violence. That takes time to do it the right way, Laura. We're going to make sure that we do this the right way.
With First Amendment concerns.
Of course, you have to protect people's First Amendment rights. You have to protect people's free speech rights. But the First Amendment does not protect imminent incitements to violence. If you are actively promoting your fellow man to kill other people, that is not protected by the First Amendment, and we have to be clear about that. We have to go after that stuff. But
people...
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right? So, they never, not only do they never, if you're on hold, hang in there. Not only do they never stop, they continue to escalate. And as they escalate, it gets worse and worse and worse. I mean, what they're doing right here, he's president of the United States now. The amount of security around President Trump, and they put this thing up. I mean, let me step away and look at it. Look at that. Have you ever seen anything like that? Oh. Have you ever seen anything like that before? Of course not. Not only have we not seen anything like that before, we're not likely to see anything like this again. This to me, the fact that we know about it is suspicious, because I don't understand how this story wasn't kept under wraps while they investigated this. I just don't understand. They still could have, I mean, what is your thought? They find this on Friday. So what do you do? What do you do? If you're the Secret Service and the FBI, what would you do? Now, I'm no FBI guy, Secret Service guy, but, it seems like common sense. You sit on the area to see if anyone's there. There are multiple Air Force Ones. Maybe they should have flown one in without the president on it. Sometimes they have more than one Air Force One fly in. Sometimes there's a secondary Air Force One that's used as Air Force Two sometimes. There's a whole Air Force One fleet. There's like 4 of them. And they'll have the press on the other one or something. During the campaign, he wasn't flying on Trump Force One all the time to events, even though Trump Force One would fly to the areas where the rallies were going to be. Because after Butler, it was a security concern. So they had him on a decoy plane then. They should have put him on a decoy plane, sat on this sniper's nest to see if anybody drove up on it. And another thing, this area, there's cameras everywhere. Traffic cameras and everything else everywhere. In fact, I pointed this out when I did, again, this is walking distance from where the assassin was at the golf course assassination attempt, okay? And I pointed this out, and we haven't seen anything of this. There's street cameras everywhere in that area. And we haven't seen any street cam videos of the golf course assassin or anything in over a year. Nothing. Trial's over now, so there's no reason to sit on that stuff. Right? So I know for a fact there's no way to get in and out of that area without being on camera. There's no way, because I know exactly where that is. Now, I've not been to that spot because it's off the road. I know where the roads are to turn off to get there. And if you watched my documentary on the assassin, it's here on my channel. I start where at the golf course, and I show you where the assassin was, and I follow all of his steps, even up I-95 where the sheriffs finally got him and arrested him. All right, it's where I end. And when I drove through that area, I show this area on the video, and I talked about all the cameras that were around at the time. So are those cameras, if they're looking for with the golf course assassin, they know the times and everything because it's been over a year. They just had the trial. He was just convicted. Why haven't we seen any of that? It's right across the street from a post office that has cameras all over it, the federal post office. We haven't seen anything about that. We don't even know where he was staying when he was here or where he got the car that he was driving. We know very little. We know that he had the same type of gun that the Ukrainians are using, and there was a Ukrainian connection and some other connections. But with this particular thing here, because they found this on Friday, the entire White House press corps are here with the president over the weekend. I found out about this yesterday afternoon. And when I found out about it, the White House press corps were still here. None of them went over there to cover this story. They don't want to cover this story. They don't want you to know about it. You know, since the assassination of Charlie Kirk, they have not toned down what it is that they've been doing. Not only have they not toned it down, they've escalated. If you saw over the weekend, you've seen the viral lady with the neck thing she was doing, a school teacher. But there's other things we've seen too, like this. And if you go through the newspaper accounts and even the internet accounts, with rare exception, sometimes they'll write over, rewrite a little bit of it, but it is pretty much just a copy and paste of what we've already seen. Now, George Santos went on Fox yesterday, looking good for just getting out of prison. He hasn't been there that long, but I would have, I don't know if I'd look that good if I spent any time in the prison. So President Trump did not give him a pardon. He commuted his sentence. So George Santos went to prison for two things. One, he turned a Democrat congressional district red. That was one. And he's also gay MAGA. He's gays for Trump. So he committed two major offenses to the left, and that's why he went to prison. Not all this stuff that they went to court with, no doubt about it. And here's George Santos on Fox over the weekend.
Thank you.
Fresh out of prison.
Thank you to President Trump for clemency and for having such an amazing will for second chances. I feel like it's justice served in a sense of I've made some poor choices in my life, but nothing would warrant a insane, arbitrary sentence. But on top of that, a sentence that no one else would have gotten, a treatment that no one else would have gotten, 41 days in isolation in the shoe.
Goodness.
And to add insult to injury, I had two co-defendants, one who got probation, one who was me, who got 7 years, and the other one who's still in the same facility today, suffering the same thing. Sam Mealy is still sitting in there, which I still think it's a great injustice. All non-violent first-time offenders with no criminal background, and we're being thrown in this harsh environment with absolutely nothing. So when I spoke to President Trump yesterday, I told him my commitment would be to prison reform. I told him my commitment would be to fighting to help Sam Mealy and so many other people who are being absolutely drowned with this arbitrary sentencing style of judges who are trying to circumvent the First Step Act.
Okay, now, this is frightening. I mean, everything that the left are doing is frightening. They do their no kings. They call President Trump a dictator and all these, stupid things. We have 3 assassination attempts on the president that we know of with this new sniper's nest found at the Palm Beach airport on Friday. And we also have political prisoners. George Santos, the people that worked for President Trump that went to jail, Steve Bannon and others, Peter Navarro and others. We have political prisoners in this country. Think about that. And those of you that are on the left, I want you to think about this. Did any of you ever think that we would live? Anyone? Who would have ever? I know I didn't. Did you ever think that in this country we would have political prisoners? I used to hear stories about the government negotiating the release of political prisoners in other countries. China, Iran, the Soviet Union back in those days, Cuba. But I've never heard of political prisoners in the United States. And I know, listen, George Santos did some things that were wrong, but a 7-year prison sentence? I mean, you have members of Congress like Charles Schumer, who right out of school started working for the government, and he's worth $80 million. Letitia James, no rich family, no husband, worked for the government her whole life, worth many millions of dollars. Nancy Pelosi, worth $250 million. The list goes on. Ilhan Omar has some questionable immigration history, and George Santos goes to prison. You mean to tell me that wasn't an example? You know, one of the reasons they keep going after President Trump is to scare other good people who are not who dare challenge the establishment not to do it. Don't run for office, and if you do, play ball, or look what's happened to Trump. And, you know, this ridiculousness of the No Kings event over the weekend, when it's in this country that we have the political prisoners and the political assassinations. You know, like that god-awful thing that Putin did with the guy that was challenging him that died in the prison in the Gulag, remember, in Siberia a couple years ago? And when the liberals wanted the Democrats wanted us to get involved in the war in Ukraine, they were pointing to that guy. Well, look at what they have done in this country. The only reason President Trump is not in prison, this is the only reason he's not in prison, is because he won the election. If President Trump had not won re-election, he would be in prison right now. No doubt about it. And you guys know that, don't you? The only reason he's free. That judge in New York would have sentenced him to Rikers Island if he had not won re-election. No doubt about it. And they're still out there trying to kill him with this sniper's nest. Now, I want to remind everyone that this early extra programming I'm doing is all brought to you by the great Mike Lindell and MyPillow, and they're just huge specials going on right now at MyPillow.com. The 3-in-1 sale, the 6-piece MyPillow towel set, $30 off, just $39.98. That's over 40% of a discount. The premium MyPillows that have the Giza cotton on the outside, huge discount, just $17.98 with my promo code Kane. The MyPillow sheets, any size, any color, including the king sizes, just $29.88. Save $100 on the My Slippers, and the specials go on and on. So they're clearing a lot of their inventory out to make room for Christmas because we're getting in Christmas shopping season. But I think it's a good time to do your Christmas shopping now. Look at these great deals. Go to MyPillow.com. And remember, Mike Lindell is supporting this expansion of the program. And for him to continue his support, you guys have to go to MyPillow.com and use my promo code Kane, because he's a great guy and all, but he's not, this isn't charity. So his sponsorship for the extra hour of the program each and every day, turning us into a 4-hour program, is conditional, right? We have to produce results, and that's how you can help, by going to MyPillow.com and using our promo code Kane. The first month was last month. It was incredibly successful, so please keep that going. Promo code Kane, Kane, at MyPillow.com. All right, let me answer these lines, guys. Hold on. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Doc from Texas.
Hey, Texas.
Hey, Doc. Hey, Brian. How you this morning?
I'm not well. The Never Trumpers, another assassination attempt on our president.
Okay, that's what I want to ask you. Like I said, that area right there, the Secret Service, did they just find this, or do they normally check that area?
They always check that area.
Well, how did they just find this, and why wasn't that area secure?
Well, it's a high traffic business area, and they found it on the sweep that they did. Because they found it Friday on the sweep they were doing prior to him returning. So this was put up between sweeps. He hasn't been here for a while.
Okay.
So when they put this, this was put up sometime between Friday's sweep and the last time they sweep the area.
Okay. Like I was saying, I don't know why that area. That's a high.
So you agree? So you agree that that's a sniper's nest?
Brian, I'll be honest with you. I don't know. Because I don't know the area. From where I'm from, Brian, it's hunting season.
It's not. You don't hunt in downtown West Palm Beach at the airport where Air Force One's.
Okay.
There's no hunting. This
Okay.
is you hunt out in the Everglades. Okay. This is in downtown West Palm Beach. Right off of I-95. This is not a hunting area. No, you don't hunt here.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know the area.
Well, I do.
Okay. Another thing too. I want to say. You are saying, to be perfectly honest, I know you're not going to agree with me, but be honest, I think it's happening within the MAGA people. They want I don't think it's outside. I think it's within his people, and he needs to start looking at his people.
What? You think MAGA people put up this sniper's nest? Are you out of your mind? Come on.
No, I'm not, Brian. And you see, that's
He's
what
doing.
I'm saying. You
President Trump is doing everything MAGA wanted and more.
You know, there's really some people that really, like I'm saying, there's some people really.
What is he? Okay, what is he doing? Hold on a second. I am the stereotypical MAGA person. What is something that he's doing that a year ago I would have been totally against?
Because you are typical MAGA. It's nothing that Chuck can do that you.
No. But you're saying you're saying that you think MAGA people were trying to assassinate the president at the airport. That's insane.
I think
what is he doing? What is he doing that a year ago MAGA people like me would not have supported him doing that would drive them to this?
Well, I misspoke. I misspoke too in a way. It may not be MAGA. It may be somebody that's in his organization that's around him.
Maybe it's the same people that shot Charlie Kirk and shot the president in Butler. That's what I think. It's you guys, the never Trumpers.
No, I don't think so. I think that's the problem. See, we can't even have a civil conversation about this.
Well, because you're in denial.
We can't even have.
You're in denial.
I'm not in denial.
You to say that MAGA people would be out there doing this is so stupid.
I'm not. It's not stupid. Why would you call me stupid?
Because why would he is doing everything MAGA voted for and more. Why would MAGA be angry at him?
See, that's the problem. That's the problem. You call me names. I don't call you stupid. I think you, like I said, you're a smart man. You are a very smart man. And that's why sometimes I don't understand why you're not really thinking like this.
Well, I will agree with you on the part that I'm a very smart man. I do agree with you on that.
Yeah, you smart. You're a smart man because you really know. And that's what I'm saying, Brian. All I'm saying is maybe you need to start looking because I don't understand.
I don't understand why the Never Trumpers are continuing to try to kill him. I mean, I mean, this is the third assassination attempt.
Like I said,
just
Brian,
over a month after the Democrats and the Never Trumpers killed Charlie Kirk.
I think it's coming from me. It's coming from within. That's just my opinion.
That's just insane. All right, appreciate the call. I mean, what is that? Not the dumbest thing you've ever heard? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Brian. This is Richie.
Hey, Richie.
You're 100% right. I think that they should have put cameras all over the place, live cams all around that place, and just sat low and waited.
Yeah,
because it was put there on purpose. The other thing is that for safety reasons, I don't think the air traffic controller should announce that it's Air Force One coming in. I mean, these people, whoever was doing this with that stand, had to have what do they call that? You know, when you're a receiver listening to the air traffic controllers.
Well, you know that he's coming. You don't have to listen to know. You know he's coming home, right? So
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
Timing.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Air Force One take off and land and fly over me, and I've had the whole experience. I mean, do you agree 100% this is a sniper's nest?
Oh yeah, my cousin's a hunter in Newtown, Connecticut.
Yeah,
I mean he's got one in his backyard. He's a deer hunter. He puts, it's perched up in a tree.
Yeah,
you have to be comfortable sitting up there for hours waiting for deer, and they're not waiting for deer over there.
No, this is not a hunting area. This is not a hunting area. Southern Boulevard. Come on.
This was definitely another attempt. I mean. But why they exposed it right away. But you said nothing has changed. I mean, listen to me. I mean, you got all these illegal Venezuelan gangs in this country still, and he's been blowing boats out of the water. You got Colombia now accusing him. I mean, these cartels. I mean, the cartels.
Well, my list of suspects would be this. Okay, this would be my list of suspects, and let's see if you can add any or you agree. One, this could be triggered by the indictment. So it could be the same people that killed Charlie Kirk and shot him in Butler and tried to. It could be the deep state because of the indictments. Two, it could be the drug cartels and the Latin American countries connected to them, whether it's Colombia or the Venezuela or the cartels themselves. Those would be my two top suspects.
Yeah, 100%. But then you also have what you saw on Saturday, these weirdos marching in the streets. How many? And if you take a look at the list of the supporting people that paid for this, they're all communist organizations. I mean, it's really unbelievable.
Well, let me tell you, this here is professional. I mean, you're not a Palm Beach person. You're north of Palm Beach. I don't know if but are you familiar with this area? Around the Palm Beach airport?
Not like you are, but I do know the congestion over
there.
Yeah,
it's a very high traffic area. It's a high traffic. There's probably a traffic jam right now at 5:45 in the morning, okay? Because
you're on top of that airport.
Yeah, and 95's there. This is professional. This is professional with military tactics. And you can't see it too well because if I step to the side, there's another thing that you don't quite get in the picture that's strapped to another branch that I'm not sure what that is. If somebody knows what that is, let me know. But there's it's to the left of the sniper's nest. This is professional hit spot.
Well, yeah, and you just have to look at the agitators that are out there. You know, you said President Trump is risking his life for this country every minute. I mean, the agitation. Look, I got to bring this up. It really ticked me off because you see people on Saturday, and I saw it out in L.A., and it really bothered me, Brian. Who not printed, but who made all of those upside down American flags?
Yeah.
And they were, I mean, that, showing people that along with the Mexican flags right next to it, flying all over L.A., this is a disease in this country. And then I watched yesterday an agitation that I couldn't believe. At the end of George Carlin, did you see what they put up, ABC, at the end?
I missed that now.
Oh, my God. Oh, I'm going to tell you exactly what they put up. You want to get people ticked off at the President of the United States? They put up a family, a female American school teacher who met her husband in Mexico 17 years ago while dancing salsa. And he has 2 kids. She's a school teacher. He's an electrician. He's been here 17 years. He's self-deporting. And they showed the whole thing where they showed him on soccer games with the kids, then taking the kids to Disney World, and then they show him alone in Mexico. And I mean, this is to tick off American people.
That's the thing. I was talking about the truck driving schools. I haven't seen an ad for a vocational school for electricians in years, and it's because the illegals have been taking all those vocational jobs. So Americans haven't been going to vocational schools and getting those skills like electricians like they used to.
Yeah, to put that on there to make everyone say, look what President Trump is doing to this poor family. I mean, this is awful.
Yeah.
We know this is happening.
I think it pisses people off. I don't think people are sympathetic.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, it ticks them off, and that's another reason why you see President Trump risking his life. How much is the press going to do this garbage? Mm-hmm. It's every day. It's a hit piece on this guy.
Well, so far as this assassination attempt at the Palm Beach airport. Somebody leaked this out. We shouldn't know about this. They should have found it and then sat on it. I don't know what's going on here.
100%.
I mean, this is crazy.
100%. I don't know why. And they say it's been out there not just a weekend. It's been out there for a while.
Well, it's been there since the last sweep. I'm not sure when the last time he came to town is. I've seen them do these sweeps, and they're pretty intense.
I think I heard it was up there since September.
Well, that's just a few weeks ago. We're we're not even through October yet.
Yeah,
but he hasn't.
That shouldn't have been up there. Brian, that shouldn't be up there even for 2 days.
And these things are pretty big. You go and set something up like that. Other people had to see it and wonder. If I saw it or you saw it, we were probably the Secret Service must be up there with their snipers to protect the president. That would be my thought. I wouldn't think it was an assassin if I just saw it. Would you? On a regular day?
No, not at all.
Because the Secret Service snipers, you can see them on the roofs and stuff. When the president's in town, you can see them on the roofs of buildings.
Well, all this coverage of like Charlie Kirk and all these, and the coverage of the first assassination showing the height, they're all letting everyone know, any hunter, any marksman, that when you have high ground, it's easier to hit a target.
Yeah.
It's just disgusting what they're doing here. I mean, they're setting President Trump up every day of his life, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Every day they got people, an enemies list. It's unbelievable. I can't believe it. I just can't believe what I'm
I
watching.
can't either.
I mean,
it's very upsetting.
It's too much already. They're against us. And they got to understand they lost the election. When did you see us demonstrating in the streets when Biden actually won?
Oh no, no. You know, but here's the thing, Richie. You know, there's the two major things that he's doing is blowing up these drug cartel boats. Remember last week he blew up the submarine. So the war, you know, when he shut down the border, the drug cartel business is pretty much dried up. Okay, I mean, before they started blowing up the boats, they were having problems, and between that and these indictments, Comey is like big. That's a big. Well, Richie, I appreciate the call.
Yeah.
All right, take care. We'll talk again. If you're on hold, stand by. If you'd like to support my content, become a Patreon supporter. You know, if you become a Patreon supporter, you get access to commercial-free editions of all of my podcast episodes, and then something that is new that just actually started on Friday on my Patreon page, because this is it's a new thing that they have there that they didn't have, or at least I didn't have it before. I'm doing live streams quite regularly on Patreon now. That's accessible only to Patreon supporters. So if you become a Patreon supporter, you get access to those exclusive live streams, which are on the Patreon platform, and it's just like here on YouTube. When I go live, there's a chat room and everything else. It's just like here on YouTube, except it's on Patreon. And if you watch those, you get to hear some things that I never would be talking about here. In fact, if those of you that are Patreon supporters, I did a stream last night right before bed. I went to bed early last night because I got a long day today. And I revealed something that I will not talk about on the air. So you get and those of you that saw it, you know what I mean. In fact, I started to tell what had happened, and I said to my wife, I said, Kathy, I'm doing a Patreon live stream. I said, can I tell them about this? And she says, is it Patreon only? I said, yeah. And she said, no. And then she said, okay, you can tell them. And those of you that are Patreon supporters, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. It was pretty freaky thing happened in my house yesterday. So if you'd like to become a Patreon supporter, there's a link in the description of the video, or you can go to patreon.com/RealBrianCraigShow. Patreon.com/RealBrianCraigShow. Become a paid Patreon supporter and get access to all that exclusive stuff. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You got to speak up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm in Los Angeles.
Okay. What's on your mind, Los Angeles?
I've just been listening to your live broadcast, and I wholeheartedly agree that it was a planned assassination attempt. In fact, I was surprised to see that it came on my Google News feed.
Yeah.
So, and the way it was phrased was straightforward. That it was, I can't remember what news outlet it was, but that it was a bird's nest. I don't.
They say it's a hunt. They saying it's a hunting stand, but it's a sniper's nest. It's a sniper's nest.
No. Yeah, it's usually they don't use that kind of nomenclature from when describing this sort of thing. But I think it was even more precise than that when I read it today. So yeah, it's crazy. We're living in crazy times.
Well, like I said, the only two suspects I can think of is the deep state over the indictments or the cartels. Those would be my chief suspects.
Deep state. All right. So
they killed Charlie Kirk and they shot the president before. So.
Right. Deep state. What you said, deep state, and
there's people that killed Kennedy.
Who else?
The people that killed Kennedy. Well, my other suspect would be
communists.
No, it wasn't the communist. The deep state or the drug cartels.
Possibly. I mean, there's so many actors who might.
Those would be.
Get
This
rid
is
of
pretty
him.
hard. This is pretty hardcore. Those would be. This is a professional operation. This isn't some
Yeah.
yahoos. Hey, listen, I appreciate the call. All right, welcome to the program. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Chris, and I'm calling from Arkansas.
Hey, Chris.
Some of your other callers may have already said something about this, but if this is a suspected sniper's perch that they found in line of sight of Donald Trump's runway,
Of course it is.
why wouldn't have they put counter snipers and surveillance on that?
Somebody leaked it out. That's what I've been talking. Somebody leaked this out. That's what leads me to believe it was deep state. Who would have leaked this out, right?
Exactly.
Leaking it was a tip-off to whoever the assassin was. Leaking it was a tip-off to the assassin. Don't come back. It's not safe. They found it.
You know, it's crazy that they're doing this kind of stupid stuff, and they can't figure out who's doing it. You know, that don't make any sense whatsoever to me. You would think if there's Secret Service agents and stuff, that their phone calls would be monitored.
Well,
and stuff,
somebody, one of the co-conspirators who's somewhere else nearby, keeping an eye on things, may be the leaker. The Secret Service found it, so the Secret Service did their job. But who the leaker is, I don't know.
Yes, that was one of my things today. And another thing is, I called you a couple of weeks ago on the subject, and I just kind of wanted to give you an update on it.
Okay.
The Aaron Spencer case out of Arkansas.
Oh yeah, this was the guy who's what had happened with that again? I refresh my memory. I remember you calling about it.
He had caught his 14-year-old daughter's 67-year-old sexual predator with his daughter and eliminated that problem forever. And they pressed murder charges against him and tried to put a gag order on him and all of that, which the Arkansas Supreme Court overturned that gag order. So that's how everybody knows about it now.
Was it a statutory rape or a violent rape? Do you know?
It was I believe it was a statutory rape.
Yeah. And he's facing some serious charges. I mean, the poor guy.
Yes. Well, he has kind of went what I call going Donald Trump on him. He's running for sheriff now.
Oh, great.
Which there's already been legal challenges on that.
Sounds like the perfect kind of sheriff to me. Sounds like a great sheriff.
Yes. How can he run when he's got murder charges hanging over his head? And
Letitia James has federal indictments, and she's the top law enforcement officer for the state of New York.
Exactly. So I don't actually live in the jurisdiction, but I've got a bunch of family and friends that do. Mm-hmm. And you better believe I'm going to do everything in my power to push to get this man elected. And he's already said if he's elected, he's going to make that area safe, and he's going to clean up a lot of the corruption that's been going on in that
listen,
area.
I gotta run, but thanks. Keep me updated. All right, you take care. I gotta go get some coffee. The radio show will be starting in like 5 minutes, so I'll be right back, guys. Hang in there. But what I have on the screen now, this is the sniper's nest, and then that's an aerial view of the area showing you the trees where it was with the line of sight to Air Force One. All right. When the radio show, I'm heating up my coffee in the microwave. When the radio show starts, I have to go through this entire story again and recap it. So I'll recap it then when we go live on the radio. Oh, this is great. The president had a press conference on Air Force One yesterday, and he cut off the money to Schumer's big project in New York. Listen.
Right, sticking with New York City, you've talked about the Hudson River Tunnel, the infrastructure project. So you said that the funding has been terminated, but folks in New York have said that it's not terminated. So where does that stand?
Well, as of now, it's terminated, and that's up to me. And as of now, it's terminated, and it's terminated because the Democrats are so foolish what they've done to the country. I mean, we have the hottest country in the world. There's no country even close, and they just want to do this. There's nothing for them to do. All they have to do is just say, let everything continue. And I will say a lot of Democrats want this to get over.
So the administration right now is not sending funding?
Right now, there is no funding because it's up to me.
What is your response to the protests?
Who are you with?
I just heard the microwave. Let me get my coffee. I'll be back. Hold on. All right. We'll be live on the radio in about 3 or 4 minutes. Let me see if I've heard from Mike yet. I haven't heard from Mike yet, so I don't know exactly what time. I love these press conferences that President Trump does on Air Force One in the doorway. And, one thing about them that he's been doing in these press conferences quite a bit lately. Have you noticed? He asks reporters, who are you with? Who are you with? And here's Mike, right on cue. All right. Hold on. Okay. Okay, we will be live in 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the dot. Well, I got to get a few things ready, guys, before we start. All right. 90 seconds and we'll be live. Less than a minute, guys. Hold on. Welcome to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. It is Monday, October 20th, 2025, and man, oh man, has there been a lot of major news really in the last 12 hours in this country. if you're not aware, there's been another assassination attempt on the president of the United States, Donald Trump, and it was right here in South Florida over the weekend. And I'm going to go through this. This is just, I know, sick and disgusting. I'll tell you what happened, and then I may go through some of the news stories. But this story broke late in the day yesterday, and it's just really twisted what's happened here. And of course, the fake news media at the White House press corps don't even cover the story to speak of. Those of you that are in South Florida, you know the area of Palm Beach International Airport. There is a tree, a very big tree, that I'm surprised is still there, actually, because the area is so well developed. The Secret Service on Friday, ahead of the president's landing at Palm Beach International Airport, was doing their routine sweep of the area around the airport, and they found high atop a tree what is described as a hunting stand. A hunting stand. I'm calling it a sniper's nest. It's a place where you kind of lay down with your rifle when you're hunting deer, and you hang out up in the tree, waiting for the deer to come by. And that's what this is. It's got a little bed for you to lay down on your stomach with your rifle. It has 2 legs in the front of it and a very high tree branch. And it's also strapped to a very large tree branch, very large, high up in a very thick tree. And it's camouflaged. There's also right next to it another piece that I can't quite see in the photograph. If anyone's seen the phone, you could tell me what that is. And it has a direct line of sight to the president when he's walking down or walking up the steps to Air Force One in an elevated position. They found this Friday at some point, and we just found out about it yesterday. Now, the Secret Service alerted the FBI, and they took over the investigation on Friday. And Southern Boulevard, which is, those of you that are South Florida people, you know Southern Boulevard. That's where you exit on 95 either to go to Mar-a-Lago or go to the Palm Beach International Airport. This is one of the most high-trafficked areas in Palm Beach. It is right off of I-95. I know exactly where this spot is, and so do all of you Palm Beach people. If you live in Palm Beach, you've driven by this 10 million times. It's one of the few areas around the airport where there are trees. It is a 5-minute drive, maybe even less, but a 5-minute drive from where the golf course assassin lied in wait. It's even within walking distance of where the Palm Beach assassin was. And if you watch me on YouTube at Brian Craig Show, I'm showing not just the sniper's nest, but I have an aerial view that's well marked showing where the sniper's nest was in the tree, where the tree is. It's an act from Google Maps with a line drawn to where Air Force One parks. And I remember I went to, when they shot the president in Butler, it was on a Saturday. And if you remember, we did a special broadcast here on True Oldies, did a special radio show that Saturday night. The radio station called me and said, "Hey, Brian, do you want to, go live?" And we did. And when I got off the air, I drove over to Mar-a-Lago and I did a live stream. And I said, this will probably be the last time you see me do a live stream here. The security had already increased a little bit, not much. But in President Trump's first term, I used to go by quite often over to the airport to see Air Force One. And I would do and Trump Force One too. I would make YouTube videos. I would do live streams. Remember I used to show you guys that all the time. And I don't do that anymore. And the reason I don't do that in the second term is and those that are in the area, the level of security around the airport where Air Force One parks and Mar-a-Lago is like so many times heavier than it was in the first term, isn't it? It is. And when they found this sniper's nest on Friday, over the weekend, Southern Boulevard has been closed down all the way to Mar-a-Lago. Local news has reported it. And of course, it was closed because they were doing probably very, very detailed sweeps all the way to Mar-a-Lago. I can only imagine what that was like. It's a quick 5 to 10 minute drive, but to Mar-a-Lago from here. But if you're doing a sweep like that, that's a lot of area, isn't it? It sure is. It must have been one of the most intense security sweeps of either of President Trump's terms, and maybe for any president in many, many years. I can only imagine what that sweep was like. And it was going on all weekend long. That's why they have Southern Boulevard, which has been renamed Donald John Trump Boulevard, was months ago by the county commission. They just haven't changed the signs yet. But that sweep must have been massive. And I would think people in that area that were there over the weekend, you probably didn't notice it. You just knew the road was closed. And that's not unusual. It's an inconvenience. But when the president is traveling to or from the airport, or he goes to the golf course to play golf, they shut down the road all the time. So people were probably just annoyed because we didn't know what happened until yesterday, late in the day. But one thing about it, in the first term, you used to be able to go right there to the airport and look at Air Force One. And even in the last 4 years, during the Autopin administration of this senile old coot Joe Biden, when Trump Force One was parked there, you could go right up to the fence on the runway and see Trump Force One. I made many a YouTube video, guys. Remember, I'm sure a lot of you have seen those who follow me on YouTube. And when Air Force One first came back home, I got off the air. I went right from the radio station to Palm Beach International Airport, and I wanted to see Air Force One again. It had just dropped the president off. And because I saw it when it left without him on Inauguration Day over 4 years ago. And I couldn't see Air Force One because of the security. I could see the very top of the tip of the tail. And what they've done is they have made an entire wall around this whole area of school. They've used school buses in the past and even in the first term, but not like this. They used to have the school buses like close to the plane. Now they have them along the fence at the airport. It's totally obstructed view. You cannot see Air Force One except the very tip of the tail when you go there, completely blocked off. And they are big school buses. They're the school buses that have the flat fronts on them that look like city buses, but they're yellow school buses. And they have this wall that goes all the way around. You can't see anything. You can only see the yellow school buses. Well, where they found this sniper's nest in the tree off of Southern Boulevard, it's on the south side of Southern Boulevard. When you are going down Southern Boulevard, right where Air Force One is at the airport, on the south side, there's like a canal. On the south side, this tree is along that canal, but on the south side of the canal. It's in an elevated position with a direct line of sight. So they can call it a hunting stand in the news all they want. I'm calling it a sniper's nest, and I'm recording this as another assassination attempt on the president. I have two top suspects in this. One, deep state. Same people that shot him in Butler, tried to do it at the golf course and assassinated Charlie Kirk. That's suspect one. The second suspect are the drug cartels, right? I mean, he shut down the border, which totally destroyed their drug cartel business, and now he's blowing their boats out of the water. Now, the sniper's nest, they say it's been there for a little bit of time. They haven't told us how long, but whenever they did the last sweep, and then Friday's sweep by the Secret Service, that's when it was put in. But one of the news accounts yesterday said that the FBI was looking at the cell phone tower data. Well, that's one of the most high traffic areas in all of South Florida where this is. I-95's right there. The airport's there. Southern Boulevard's a very busy road. There's got to be 10 million cell phones pinging off the towers there. So if they're looking at cell phone data, they've got to have some more specific information as to what time and when this happened, because it would just be too many numbers to check. You know, there are people in this audience here in South Florida who ping off those cell phone towers probably every day. So we're going to take our first break of the week. When we come back, I have more on this, some more questions, and I want to hear your thoughts. Do you agree that this was an assassination attempt or not? I know it's crazy. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. My name is Brian Craig. We'll be right back. All right, guys, hold on. I got to get organized here. Okay. Okay. I got to get my commercial copy together. Okay, hold on one second. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Yep, if you want to call in live, the number is pinned in the live chat. And those of you that are Patreon supporters, don't forget to keep an eye out for those live streams that I'm doing just on Patreon. It's a new feature. And I did one right before I went to bed last night. And I had something that happened here at home that I am not going to share here, that I shared on that live stream. So make sure you check it out. In fact, you'll hear me ask my wife if I could tell you guys what happened. It was something pretty nuts happened at my house yesterday. Okay, we'll be back in just over a minute. There's no doubt in my mind that that's a sniper's nest. No doubt. No doubt. You guys agree with that? That yes or no, was this an assassination attempt? Was this an assassination attempt? Yes or no? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no question in my mind. If you're on hold, hang in there. And if you'd like to call in, the number's pinned in the live chat. It's toll free, no matter where you're listening. Those of you watching on the live stream with the green behind me, if you go to my main live stream, you can see the visuals and the video and the audio and everything I play on the main stream, which is linked in the description. It'll take you right there here on YouTube. All right, stand by. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. This is Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631, 2631, 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are listening. One thing about this sniper's nest that they found by the right off of Southern Boulevard by the airport on Friday, one of the big questions is, why do we know about this? Seems to me when the Secret Service found it on Friday, they should have set up surveillance to see if anybody returned since the president was coming in Friday. And I'm very surprised that we know about this so soon. I don't know why we know. I don't know how it got out. A little vague about that. I don't know who the original source is of the story. That's been vague. I haven't been able to determine that. I've read all the stories, but I haven't been able to determine that. Now, I want to talk about the Sloman's Shield link, which is amazing. With the Sloman Shield link, you could transform your entire home into a smart home. You can control your lights, your air conditioner, your cameras, your televisions, your door locks, just about anything in your home. The Sloman Shield link and the tech you already have work together with your Sloman's Shield. It makes everything in your house so convenient, safe, and, of course, enjoyable. Think about this. You get home in the morning, you get home at night, whenever you get home, with one tap, boom, your home completely welcomes you with the Sloman Shield link. Your lights are on, your doors are unlocked, your air conditioner is where you want it to be, your favorite music comes on, boom. And you have a smart home. Pretty cool, huh? Now, Sloman's also has 24/7 support. So that means if you want to add a new device or you have any tech issues, you can always reach them 24/7. And, of course, the installation is included. Give Sloman's a call, 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. Well, listen, the media predictably are giving us very little coverage of all of this. And, after what we've seen in the news with their failure of a No Kings March, which was a complete failure over the weekend. But what have you seen from the No Kings March over the weekend? A lot of violent rhetoric from the left is what you've seen. All kinds of it, right? And the media, they don't want to report this. In the aftermath of their No Kings events all weekend long, where there was so much violence talked about from these monsters on the left, and then another assassination attempt. If you're on hold, stand by. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. I'll give you an example. Robert De Niro, he was on MSNBC over the weekend.
He will not. We see it all the time. He will not want to leave. He set it up with his, I guess he's the Goebbels of the cabinet, Stephen Miller. He's a Nazi. Yes, he is, and he's Jewish, and he should be ashamed of himself.
Oh, Stephen Miller's a Jewish Nazi, right? Robert De Niro, everybody used to like Robert De Niro, right? Until he started his anti-Trump stuff. And he's really, what I've come to realize about Robert De Niro, I guess I saw him through starstruckness. He's not really that much of an actor. If you go back through his movies, doesn't he kind of play the same character in every movie? Isn't he kind of the same in most every movie? And I am such a big fan of Heat, and I've seen Heat more than any other movie that's not a Star Wars or a Star Trek movie. Out of the I've seen those movies more than anything. But after Star Wars and Star Trek movies, I've seen Heat more than any other movie. And Michael Mann, who did Miami Vice, who did Heat, they're doing the sequel to Heat. And it's been rumored that the actor, I'd forgotten his name. Is it Austin Butler? The guy that played Elvis in that Elvis movie with Tom Hanks a few years back. He's going to be in Heat too. And I've been looking forward to this for a long time. And then I tried to watch Heat a few months back because they had a special director's cut that had like an hour of footage that had been edited out. And I just couldn't watch it because Robert De Niro is such an ugly, ugly person. and it takes you out of the movies. But I guess he doesn't care anymore. Actors aren't getting residuals anymore because of the streaming. And who knows? Maybe all this Trump hate is his way of auditioning, hoping some never Trumper director will put him in something again so we can make some money. But, but what he talked about here, though, he's calling Stephen Miller Goebbels, although he mispronounced it, calling them Nazis. With now 3 assassination attempts on President Trump, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the left just have not toned it down at all. If anything, they've amped it up. And they just had their No Kings March over the weekend, amping it up again. And, this Nazi rhetoric that they continue with, the reason that's so dangerous and instigates violence, and has, right? Because there was a lot of attacking of Charlie Kirk at the No Kings events over the weekend. When you label someone a Nazi like this, you're dehumanizing them, right? No one's against killing Nazis. Right? If somebody could have killed Hitler or Goebbels or something, that'd be good. So when you do that, you're telling people that the president and those around him, in this instance, Stephen Miller with Robert De Niro, you're dehumanizing them and instigating violence against them. That patsy that assassinated Charlie Kirk, that's how they got him to do it. That's what they do. And obviously Robert De Niro is irrelevant. No one's interested in seeing a Robert De Niro movie anymore, even his old movies, which is really a shame. Although I never liked the parts of Godfather 2 with De Niro in it. Anytime Godfather 2 I was watching, I'd fast forward through those scenes. Wouldn't you? Kind of boring, those parts. Not even speaking English. Speaking Italian the whole time. I can't keep up with all that. But MSNBC put him on the air. And you put somebody on the air in your studio, sitting down, calling the deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller, Goebbels and a Nazi. What are you doing? What are you doing? In this world where we have multiple assassination attempts on the president and an assassination of the number 2 guy in the entire MAGA movement, Charlie Kirk. These people have lost their minds. And you know what? It's going to continue they're going to continue to lose their minds because this is what it is that they do. Now, I want to tell you guys about Friendly Tire in Margate. We have listeners that drive over an hour each way to go to Friendly Tire in Margate, okay? It's well worth the drive. Tires can be expensive everywhere else, but not at Friendly Tire in Margate. It's absolutely amazing. He has thousands of good used tires in stock at great prices. And when it comes to new tires, he can't be beat. I've been telling you guys last week, this is amazing. Steve Kane's wife got 4 new tires on their Toyota Highlander. She got 4 new tires for hundreds of dollars less than what the other place wanted for 2. She got 4 new tires for hundreds of dollars less than what the other place wanted for 2. And when she told me the price, and I did the price comparison around, I went and talked to Friendly Mike because I wanted to make sure. I said, did you give her some special price? Like, no, that's the price everybody gets that comes in. Pretty good deal, huh? So what else do I need to say other than that? Right? Give Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire a call. He will give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. We'll be right back. I mean, you guys agree? I mean, listen to this monster, De Niro.
He will not. We see it. We see it. We see it all the time. He will not want to leave. He set it up with his. I guess he's the Goebbels of the cabinet. Stephen Miller. He's a Nazi. Yes, he is, and he's Jewish, and he should be ashamed of himself.
A Jewish Nazi. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Well, I guess we got a black Nazi with Candace Owens, so, you know. Now, this story here blew my mind. Listen to this. Mexico, I'm going to play this when we get back on the air. I'll play it for you guys now. Mexico, we're doing mass deportations. Listen to this.
I'm Christina Aguayo in Dallas, and here are your top stories. Mexico has started mass deportations of illegal migrants, deporting thousands to Central America. Mexico making the move after President Donald Trump closed the U.S.-Mexico border. The closing led to an 85% plunge in illegal migrant entries through the U.S.-Mexico border in the first 8 months of the year, the lowest levels in half a decade. Mexico has realized that it cannot absorb the spillover from Biden-era open border policies, as more illegal migrants have been apprehended in Mexico than by U.S. agents in recent months. Here are some of the moves being made by Mexico. Mass deportations to Central America, sending migrants back to Guatemala via bus convoys and direct repatriations. Thousands are now being stopped before heading north through Mexico. Mexico is rejecting non-Mexican migrants, saying they are not a waiting room and will not foot the bill for illegals. Meanwhile, Mexican federal police and immigration agents are apprehending and physically detaining illegal migrants at a faster pace and are often accused of harassment, extortion, and quick removals of illegal migrants. That's what you need to know. In Dallas, Christina Aguayo.
Isn't that amazing? Mexico's doing deportation. I'm going to play that when we get back. Hold. If you're on hold, stand by. Okay. Sorry, guys. I got to answer some DMs and things. Oh, boy. All right. If you're new, my name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. I'll play that when we get back. For the radio audience, that's amazing, isn't it? Let's see. Okay, 30 seconds, we'll be back. If you're watching with the green behind me, go to my main stream, which is linked in the description of that video, and you can see and hear all the images and the video and the audio that I play. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. If you're just tuning in, we've been discussing what looks to be another assassination attempt on President Trump. This time, again, the second one here at home near the Palm Beach airport. I'll recap that again later in the show, but it's disturbing. I mean, there's nothing could convince me that wasn't a sniper's nest, you know. And And the media haven't really reported the story yet. It's been in the news, but everything that's been in the news so far has just been basically plagiarism, copying and pasting the previous stories. The local news here, the local TV stations and the Palm Beach Post have done a little more reporting because the Southern Boulevard was closed down over the weekend because they were doing a massive investigation down there. They found the sniper's nest on Friday in a tree, and it was well camouflaged. And I'm curious to see how the mainstream media cover that story, because we heard nothing but violent rhetoric coming out of the No Kings March garbage on Saturday. I'm expecting them to try to do two things, possibly. Of course, overall discount it, because they don't want people to think that there's more assassins after the president. It makes them sympathetic, so they don't want to report it. It is where they found this sniper's nest off of Southern Boulevard with a direct line of sight to where Air Force One's parked from an elevated position, is 5 minutes away from where the golf course assassin was. You could even walk it. I wouldn't want to walk it, but you could. It wouldn't take you too long. So one thing I expect them to do is try to tell us that it was put up by that guy that was just convicted. Now, I don't think so. There's been too many sweeps done, and we do got to give that attaboy to the Secret Service, because the Secret Service did find this sniper's nest on Friday doing a sweep before the president's plane landed. So they did their job this time. So I'm waiting for them to try to, if they cover it in detail, to try to do that. And the other thing is, they keep calling it a hunting stand. And while that may have been what its original intent was when it was manufactured, you don't hunt in downtown West Palm Beach, okay, around the airport. That is a no-hunt zone. There's nowhere to hunt. It's businesses, residences, and the airport and I-95. So there's no hunting there. So there's no reason to have a hunting post and a tree there. And it was so well camouflaged. And whoever put this in was not an amateur. They knew what they were doing. It's strapped into the tree perfectly. It has two legs in the front of it, which are on the sides of this high, very large branch. And then it's strapped to the rest of the branch from the middle and the behind of it. And it's it's really nuts the way it's set up. So it's strapped in the middle and the rear to the branch, and then in the front there's two legs that are on each side of the tree trunk. And what this is for you to when you're hunting. You would use this for like deer and things like that, right? You hide in the tree on your stomach with your rifle, and you wait for the deer to come by. Well, there's no deer hunting in downtown West Palm Beach by the airport. I'm sorry to tell you. But then there's another piece of equipment that is all strapped to the tree with the same straps. The straps are the same straps as on the sniper's nest. And this, I don't know what it is. It's hard to tell. I can only see a corner of it. It's flat. It's strapped to the tree. And it's between 3 and 5 foot long thing. I don't know what that is. So if anyone has seen the image of the sniper's nest by the airport in the news, and you know what that other thing is, let me know. I don't know what that is. But this was done professionally. And the line of sight is direct to Air Force One. So this is, they're just never going to leave this man alone. Never. He's going to have to deal with this his entire life. That's why you, Marjorie Taylor Greene, anyone who's MAGA that criticizes Trump, right? You need to stop doing that. Every moment of every day, the president is risking his life. I saw the local news coverage of the president's motorcade driving from the airport to Mar-a-Lago. They were at full speed again. Full speed. And everyone knows in the president's first term, he drove slow. Really, they almost idled from the airport to Mar-a-Lago because people are always lined up along the way. and they would idle, and the president would have the beast come as close to the curb as they would let it, and he'd wave at everybody. He doesn't do that anymore. It's full speed ahead. And I saw the car on Friday. It was flying. And it was because of this. Now, one thing I'm wondering, because I've hunted, but never hunted like hiding in a tree and waiting for game. I mean, I've hunted when I'm walking out through the woods and things. And I haven't hunted for a long time. I don't hunt now. I hunted when I was a kid. But is this what a typical hunter would use? And what I mean by that is I'm looking at this so-called hunting stand, the straps and everything. Everything's green. Everything's green. If you went to Bass Pro Shop and bought one of these stands, would it be 100% camouflaged in green, or would some of the straps be like orange or yellow so that other hunters would see it? Because a lot of hunters today, they're wearing like reflective yellow. They almost look like they're roadside workers sometimes, some of these things the guys are wearing. And it just seems a little strange to me that it's all completely green and there's no yellow or orange and there's no reflect. It just seems to me somewhere, maybe on the straps, maybe on the side of the thing, there'd be some reflective material there. If this was a hunter, if you bought one today, not completely green. I could be wrong. I've never hunted with something like that before, And if you look at the other two assassinations, Butler and the golf course, this sniper's nest at the Palm Beach International Airport is consistent with those. And what I mean by that is, in Butler, he was on the roof in a sniper's position and he sat there and waited. Out in the open, but he sat there and waited, remember? And he set up in advance. There was video of the Butler assassin before anybody got there with the ladder and everything else, remember? And we've gotten very little details about this sniper's nest in Palm Beach. This is high up in the tree. Was there a ladder there of any kind? The golf course assassin, a 5-minute drive from where this sniper's nest was found Friday off Southern Boulevard at the airport, that guy also was lying in wait in the trees, in the bushes along the golf course. And he was there for like 12 hours or more, lying in wait. And this is set up to lie in wait too. So all three of these assassination attempts, there's a similarity between the tactics used. That's why I lean not towards the cartels, but to the deep state. Whoever shot him in Butler and tried to do it at the golf course. And the Charlie Kirk assassination, the guy was on the roof in wait as well. So you put in, we got 3 assassination attempts on President Trump and the Charlie Kirk assassination. So we've got 4 instances now, 4 assassins, 4 instances, and all 4 of them are the same tactic being used with some slight variation, which to me shows like the same people behind it. Criminals, they stick to a pattern. I'm just really bothered by it. I'm sorry, guys. It really bugs me that we have the entire White House press corps at Mar-a-Lago. They had to know what was going on over the weekend. The road was shut down. They're here, and none of them reported on it. And and even after the story dropped late in the day yesterday, they were still here. They could have gone and reported on it. Now, I want to ask you, do you or someone you know or love suffer from neuropathy? Well, then listen up. I don't have to tell you, neuropathy is living torture. The numbness, the pain, the burning, the tingling in the hands and feet, muscle weakness, loss of balance, muscle twitching, the feeling of pins and needles in the hands and feet. Maybe you have no feeling at all. These are neuropathy symptoms, and they make life unbearable. But there's help at Lighthouse Medical Center in Pompano. Lighthouse Medical in Pompano, they have a treatment for neuropathy, they have a treatment for neuropathy that works, and they have a treatment for neuropathy that lasts. I know that for a fact because I've seen it in Steve Kane. He saw relief after his first treatment. That was over 3 years ago. They rid him after just a couple of treatments of all his neuropathy symptoms, and over 3 years later, his neuropathy has not returned. It's absolutely amazing. Call Lighthouse Medical and schedule your no-charge consultation. And remember, Lighthouse Medical can help you no matter where you are located in the United States. And the consultation's free if you mention you heard about them on the Steve Kane Show. 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642. That's 754-222-6642. And online, lighthousemedicalcenter.com. My name is Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. We'll be back after this. Okay, that's Mike telling me when we're going to be back. Okay, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, guys. One minute, we'll be back, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, this is really disturbing to me. And the lack of coverage in the media, just this copy and pasting of the story over and over again. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are tuned in. Okay, yeah, so if you have any thoughts on this assassination attempt here in South Florida again, on the president, certainly your calls are welcome. There's a lot of other things have happened over the weekend that I do want to cover. I saw a story online this morning. This is a great one. Deportations are up big time in Mexico. Listen to this. This is amazing.
Ohio and Dallas, and here. I'm Christina Aguayo in Dallas, and here are your top stories. Mexico has started mass deportations of illegal migrants, deporting thousands to Central America. Mexico making the move after President Donald Trump closed the U.S.-Mexico border. The closing led to an 85% plunge in illegal migrant entries through the U.S.-Mexico border in the first 8 months of the year, the lowest levels in half a decade. Mexico has realized that it cannot absorb the spillover from Biden-era open border policies, as more illegal migrants have been apprehended in Mexico than by U.S. agents in recent months. Here are some of the moves being made by Mexico. Mass deportations to Central America, sending migrants back to Guatemala via bus convoys and direct repatriations. Thousands are now being stopped before heading north through Mexico. Mexico is rejecting non-Mexican migrants, saying they are not a waiting room and will not foot the bill for illegals. Meanwhile, Mexican federal police and immigration agents are apprehending and physically detaining illegal migrants at a faster pace and are often accused of harassment, extortion, and quick removals of illegal migrants. That's what
so this is amazing. So we've got a mass deportation of illegals, not just in this country, but of Mexico. This is unheard of stuff. All right, let's take some of your calls. 1-888-465-20. You can file this under the stories the media will not cover. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Ryan calling from Washougal.
From where?
Washougal, Washington.
Washington State. Okay. Michael from Washington. What's on your mind?
It's Ryan.
Ryan. Okay. I'm Brian. You're Ryan. Okay.
I guess that makes it easy.
Okay. What's on your mind? You called me.
Hang on. I'm going to turn yours off.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. I just had a question, not with the assassination thing, the attempt that you were talking about, which I just heard of from you, and not like Charlie, but like we're the side of like, you know, hardworking, blue collared. We're not protesting, because we're not like paid to, you know, like they have like all of it figured out and like situated and well organized. But we actually have lives and have to like organize, like take care of ourselves financially, because the government typically doesn't.
Yeah.
And I just like, you know, you give them an inch, they take a mile, as far as like, okay, gay marriage, okay, this, okay, LGBT, but now you have to do our pronouns, now you have to do this. And it's just like, it doesn't stop. But they're so violent and just nonstop. At what point do you think that we'll have a breaking point?
They already have. There's already been a breaking point. They're out of power.
No, I meant on our side, not to like fight back, but to stop putting up with their shit. Like,
all right, first dump of the week. Oh my goodness, no profanity. First dump of the week, Mike. Oh my goodness, that didn't take long. I haven't even taken that many calls this week. If you're on hold, stand by while we wait for the delay to re-engage. That guy's as conservative as I am liberal, you know, and he'll deny this, but he's calling from Washington State, right? What you had with that last caller, it was unfortunate I had to let him go because of the profanity. And no, you can't call back. Okay, one call per day and you use the profanity. But what he was doing, he's fake MAGA. See, what happens a lot of times, you've got these liberals who go around as fake MAGA saying and doing stupid things to try to make us look bad because they think we're all the racist and violent and all these things. So, if that were true, you wouldn't have to pretend to be us. You know, I give an example. There's this story of these young Republicans, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 at the most, who have some racist text messages. How do we know they're really Republicans? How do we know that? And by the way, even if they are Republicans, so what? 5 or 6 guys out of tens of millions of young Republicans? But how do we even know that they're really, truly Republicans or MAGA, right? They want to judge. That's so you got to watch out for that fake MAGA, of which that guy was. Now, if you're on hold, hang in there. You got to wait for the delay to build back up. First time of the week. The No Kings events over the weekend were bizarre, but a reporter from the Dallas Express interviewed an Antifa guy. And he interviewed this Antifa guy that is in complete gear. He's got the paramilitary black outfit on. It says Antifa on his chest, and he's wearing a mask and a helmet and goggles and everything. I'm going to play that for you coming up in a few minutes. By the way, Ryan, you're not welcome to call back. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello. What radio station are you on now, Brian?
We're on a bunch. Where do you live? Where do you live?
Florida.
No, where in Florida?
West Palm Beach.
West Palm Beach?
Palm Beach. Yeah.
And Palm Beach, let me see which one we're on in Palm. You're in West Palm Beach or just where in Palm Beach?
Well, it's really Coral Springs.
Oh, Coral Springs. Well, that's not Palm Beach, Coral Springs.
No.
Check out 95.3 FM. Okay? Mm-hmm. Check out 95.3 FM. Check us out there in Coral Springs. Okay? All right. Take care. Appreciate it. Palm Beach is like another county away and pretty far. All right. So this is the Antifa guy. He is in this guy is in the complete paramilitary uniform. It even says Antifa on his clothes. And he did an interview, and I've never heard an interview like this before. This is a reporter from the Dallas Express. Well, I'm assuming this is in Dallas, interviewing him. Listen.
I traveled the country. I went to Florida. I went to Missouri. I've been to Indiana, Texas, Oklahoma, Washington, Portland. And I'm here to spread anti-fascism because America was never fascist and it never will be.
Now, you notice this guy, he's been all over the country for Antifa.
I traveled the country. I went to Florida.
Florida.
I went to Missouri. I've been
Missouri
to Indiana.
Indiana.
Texas, Oklahoma, Washington.
Texas, Oklahoma, Washington.
And Portland.
And Portland. That's 7 cities.
And I'm here to spread anti-fascism because America was never fascist and it never will be. Not as long as any anti-fascist lives.
Okay. Who do you consider to be a fascist in your eyes?
Well, currently, the whole Trump administration may not be entirely fascist at this point, but they are quickly going towards authoritarianism and totalitarianism. But that's all. That's the only comment that I'm going to be giving. I'm going to keep.
So this guy's been to 7 locations, from Florida to Washington State and many places in between. Who's paying for this? Not him. And over the weekend, both President Trump and J.D. Vance said that they're going to get to the bottom of who's funding all of this. Let me see if I can find the clip of J.D. I had the clip right here. This is J.D. Vance. So, I mean, and that guy was in a hardcore Antifa uniform. This is J.D. Vance with Laura Ingraham over the weekend.
People want to see people go to jail for this.
Well, first of all, people will go to jail for this. But the President of the United States has made very clear we're taking a whole of government approach to this. We're looking at the funding networks. We're looking at the people who are inciting violence. We're looking at the people who are promoting and encouraging violence. That takes time to do it the right way, Laura. We're going to make sure that we do this the right way.
With First Amendment concerns.
Of course, you have to protect people's First Amendment rights. You have to protect people's free speech rights. But the First Amendment does not protect imminent incitements to violence. If you are actively promoting your fellow man to kill other people, that is not protected by the First Amendment, and we have to be clear about that. We have to go after that stuff.
Okay, so he's talking about Antifa there. So they are actively investigating the funding of Antifa. And this guy who's been to 7 different locations that he named, that's very expensive. I mean, it's basically a full-time job for this guy. His profession is Antifa, right? I guess that's what he would write on his tax form. Occupation Antifa, this organization that doesn't exist. Someone's paying his bills. Someone's paying for his airfare or his gas money. Someone's paying for his hotel stay and his food. He's not doing this for nothing. And he's got expensive equipment and gear on. So he's being paid well and funded well on his travels throughout America. And, you know, this is going to lead. President Trump keeps alluding to this. There's probably people I know, rich guys, that are funding this. So they know who they're looking at. And there are going to be some high-profile arrests. And I don't mean these idiot blue hairs that they arrest at the scenes. I'm talking about the fundraisers, because what they're doing is funding a domestic terrorist organization. I want to ask you this. Are you in pain? Well, go see Dr. Appleton and talk to him about his laser away pain treatment. You know, Dr. Appleton and his laser away pain treatment is absolutely amazing. It's a robotic laser. The robotic laser moves around the entire area that's being treated, right? So as an example, when Dr. Appleton was treating me for shoulder pain, he was able to determine where in my shoulder the pain was coming from. The laser, of course, pinpoints to that area, but then it also moves all around the shoulder, the front, the top, the side, the back of the shoulder, moves over the whole area and treats the entire area that is damaged and repairs it. It's amazing. That's why the 7 times that Dr. Appleton has treated me, the pains have not returned. The robotic laser works on every type of pain I've ever heard of: stenosis, neck pain, tennis elbow, strains and sprains, sciatica, muscular contraction, lumbar pain, hip pain, knee pain, bursitis, bronchial neuralgia, arthritis, and more. Remember, the consultation with Dr. Appleton is free. So take advantage of this. Go see Dr. Appleton. Appointments aren't necessary. Walk-ins are welcome, even on Saturdays. Take advantage of that no-charge free consultation and let Dr. Appleton tell you what his robotic laser away pain treatment can do for you. Here's his number, 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. All right, 1 hour down. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. We'll be right back with your calls after this. Okay. Okay, we'll be back in about 90 seconds, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're on hold, hang in there. If you want to call in, the toll-free number is pinned in the live chat. Okay, 1 minute, we'll be back. 30 seconds. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. On the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. If you're just tuning in, what I've been covering mostly today, it looks like there very well may have been another assassination attempt on the president, this time in, well, Palm Beach again, 5 minutes from the golf course assassination spot. But there's a lot more I've brought up, and I have a lot to cover today, but I certainly would like to hear your thoughts on that. The number is toll-free, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Red. How you doing?
All right, Red, what's on your mind?
It's on my mind to say, I hope your weekend was fantastic, and our president and our vice president are doing fantastic things around the world. Hey, it's funny. You got these demonstrators out here, and I was listening to one of them. They forgot they had their phone on, and they said, where's the next protest to go to? Because I got to get paid.
Really? I missed that one. Yeah. You know, if you remember in the first campaign of Trump's, right? You would hear people like on The View saying, all these people at the rallies are paid to be there, which is absurd. I mean, I've never been paid to be at a Trump rally. And the reason they said that is that's what they do to get people to show up at their events. So they just assume that Trump was doing the same.
Exactly. All that Constitution and all this, and they're fighting for this. They're looking for a paycheck. And the funniest thing about it is that, they're young. And they don't know better.
I don't know. There were. I don't know about that. I was watching these No Kings. There were a lot. They were like 80-year-olds, 70-year-old, a lot of old people at them.
Oh yeah, they got to get $40 here, $20 here, stipend here,
yeah,
and a stipend here.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
Hey, our side, we're winning.
That's right. And that's
a Democrat
now,
thing.
have you heard me covering the story of this assassination attempt on the president over the weekend?
No, I didn't.
Have you been listening to the show? Have you been listening to the show?
Oh, just during the week every now and then. But the weekends for me, it's
well,
my
it's
time.
the week. It's the week now. Okay, I've been talking about it for two. All right, I appreciate the call, Red. I like your response. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's Sherry from Texas. How you doing?
Hey, Sherry. All right.
Hey, I was thinking when they found that, the social media fails to say that it's a hunting stand. They were just saying that it was a stand.
They've dropped hunting already now? It's a sniper's nest.
Yeah, it is. They had to have set that up when he was out of the country this last week. That's what I'm thinking. And how in the world they found that, the Secret Service had to have been just by walking the perimeter of Mar-a-Lago.
Well, this is at the airport. Not at Mar-a-Lago, and
okay, I getcha.
This is at the airport, and what I was explaining to people, I've seen them do these sweeps. They're insanely detailed. I've seen them do them when I've been up around there, and so this was put up between whenever they did the last sweep and this one. So when was the last time he flew back to Mar-a-Lago?
How long ago was that?
I don't know when the last day he was here. He came in briefly not long ago, but it obviously was before the international trips. And yeah.
Well, what's happened is we won the election fair and square, and that's something that they've never been able to do, right? Because they've always cheated on every election. Second, he's been reelected twice. Mm-hmm. And both of those incidents has just pushed every single one of them.
This one here, This is a professional sniper's nest, and I know exactly, people that live in this area, I know exactly where this is. And this is not an area where people go hunting or fire off weapons. It's in one of the busiest areas in Palm Beach, traffic-wise. It's a lot of buildings around, businesses, the airport and such. It's right next to I-95. And what I was explaining to people is the security they have around Air Force One, they have a barricade, they have a wall of school buses. You can't see Air Force One from the ground. You used to be able to. You can't see it now. This is an elevated position across the street, and it's with a direct line of sight to where the president walks out the door of Air Force One. I mean, it's crazy.
So I was listening to you live yesterday, you and Kathy, when this incident happened, and the only thing I can think is if they were to build a wall, which is way higher than what the buses are that they have out there right now, to totally isolate.
Well, you can't do this. That airport, see the airport there, where it's Palm Beach International Airport, which I usually fly out of Fort Lauderdale. It's just, I don't know, the flights are just more expensive out of there, and I guess because it's Palm Beach. But it's a regular public airport. It's our local airport, and the area where Air Force One parks is where Trump Force One parks. And it's an area where there's small airlines, like airlines that have like prop planes that you fly to the Bahamas on, those private plane owners and such. You can't put up a wall around that place, and it's it's farther than you realize from where it is. But a direct line of sight, it's frightening to me. I mean, and my suspects, my two suspects were the deep state and the cartels, but cartels I really don't think so, because this had to be put up before they started blowing the boats out of the water. And so I'm thinking it's the indictments that inspired this, is what I think.
Way deep. Yeah, I wasn't really, I'm not familiar. My daughter lives in Panama City, so I'm not familiar of the area down there where Mar-a-Lago is.
I've got on, if you guys watch me on YouTube, Brian Craig Show on YouTube, I've got an aerial view where I have drawn out where the sniper's nest was found, where Air Force One is, showing the direct line of sight, as well as a close-up of the sniper's nest itself.
This is like the fourth assassination.
Well, we got Butler and the golf course, and this one. What's the fourth one?
I was guessing. I was thinking it was the third or the fourth. So yeah, wow.
I know it's scary, isn't it?
This is concerning. Yeah. Thanks, Brian, for taking my call.
Appreciate the call. And then yesterday the president went back to Washington on Air Force One. He took the baby stairs that Biden took because they're lower to the ground. They didn't want him going up high. So the stairs that he took are they're obscured from with the school buses. Part of this is what I don't get. I've lost a lot of elections. We all have, right? If you follow politics and you advocate for certain candidates, you lose sometimes. Sometimes you lose a lot. And I never worry because I knew we're going to have another election. So I just don't worry about these things. But the deep state, see, this is the difference, okay? This is the difference. President Trump is the only president in this country's history that is either not a part of the establishment or controlled by the powers that be. And he's turning the whole world, their world, upside down. And these deep state people, the donors, the political establishments of both parties believe this is, it's like Taylor Swift in that old tour. They think it's their country and we're just living in it. And the things that President Trump is doing is turning their world upside down. We got these 3 indictments, and there are more coming. And I think the indictments are the inspiration behind this. I think when you look at where this sniper's nest is located, high up in this tree by the airport, and you look at the direct line, you can tell that it's professional. And it's in the same pattern as the Butler and Golf Course assassin and the Charlie Kirk assassin. It has the same signature, a place where the assassin can lie in wait. And don't let anyone tell you that they're hunters. There's no hunting there. It's in the city. It's basically downtown Palm Beach practically. There's no hunting there. You wouldn't be firing off any guns. You would not even be out there with a BB gun. If you were out there with a BB gun, they'd pick you up. Okay? Wouldn't even be allowed to have a BB gun there. By the airport area? No. In this busy area? No. By I-95? No. Downtown like this? No. So this is not a hunting nest. This isn't a hunting stand. This is a sniper's nest. Professionally done. And it's the same people behind it that shot him in Butler, behind the golf course, and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's it. I wish it wasn't true, but it is. And what makes me say with 100% confidence that this was an assassination attempt is that President Trump went up those Biden steps, the lower steps, because they wanted him lower. They didn't want him to go up through the main door. It's not safe. And they did a massive sweep down there over the weekend. The traffic must have been terrible in Palm Beach. They shut down Southern Boulevard from the airport to Mar-a-Lago. They did a sweep from the airport to Mar-a-Lago. Now, it's a quick drive, but if you're doing a detailed sweep all in that area, that's amazing. That's a crazy undertaking. There's so many businesses there. There's hotels. You've got the downtown area. You've got homes. I can only imagine the level of madness that went on. But people didn't know because it's normal to shut down the roads. The president goes to the golf course. He goes to the airport. They shut down the roads. So people maybe get annoyed by it. But this is a whole nother level. And another thing about it is because of the changes in the security at the airport in this second term, this elevated position across the street it's on the south side. It's just south of Southern Boulevard. That is a direct response to the increase in the security around the aircraft. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. We're going to take our first break of the 7 o'clock hour. My name is Brian Craig. This is the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest running radio show. Our number is toll free, 888-465-2631. We'll be right back. If you're new, make sure you subscribe, guys. And the toll-free number to call in is pinned in the live chat. If you're on hold, hang in there. We'll be back in 1 minute. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. If you're on hold, hang in there. I want to talk about Life Imaging FLA. I was just looking over their Google reviews. Listen to this. This is Mario. Life Imaging is amazing. Their staff is great. They took excellent care of us, very knowledgeable, very attentive, and generally cared about our well-being. They sat down with us and went over all of our medical concerns. They offer peace of mind. They're saving lives. I'm forever grateful to them. Another review, a patient had over 80% blockage that they found. They saved their life. Over 80% blockage was found. It's in the Google review. Check them out for yourself. Life Imaging FLA is amazing. And the peace of mind they've given me, it's really given me just so much energy in my life, knowing that I have no plaque buildup and no blockage. I was expecting to have to go in and get stents the next day. I was prepared. I'm not kidding. I was prepared because of my cholesterol has been so high for so many years. I was expecting 80% blockage minimum. And I really thought I was going to end up going right from Life Imaging FLA to the emergency room. I thought within a week I would have either open heart surgery or stents put in or something or bypass. I was totally expecting that. And I've got a completely clean heart, no blockage, no plaque buildup, and the peace of mind. I mean, I've been energized ever since. Changed my life because I've been worrying every day for years that I was going to have a heart attack. They can even detect some cancers before any symptoms have shown, and of course, heart disease. They have locations in Broward, Palm Beach, and Miami. Call Life Imaging FLA for your free heart scan now with a few minimum requirements valued at $699. From your cell phone, call pound 250 and say free heart scan. That's pound 250 on your cell phone, pound 250, and say free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. All right, to the phones we go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Conservative Doug.
Oh, hey, Doug. What's up?
It's certainly a good morning that the Secret Service was able to do their job and found this damn thing because, man, that was definitely, I would agree with you, that's definitely a professional hit job going on, without a doubt.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I'm expecting that the Secret Service will be looking at all the video cameras to try to find out when this was brought in and who brought it in, and hopefully
a couple things about it, okay? One, did somebody leak this story out? Why do we know about it? And why didn't they just sit on it and see if anybody came by? I mean, it was strange, you know. The thing about this is if you look at the you look at the line of sight and you look at the they call it a hunting stand. I'm calling it a sniper's nest. This is just not some kids or something that put this up there.
No, it's probably pretty expensive, I would imagine. I never looked at one, but I would think the way it looks, it's pretty and not too cheap for buy and professional, especially when it's all camouflage like that.
And I'd like to see, I tell you, these people in the media, they're not even covering it. You know, I mean, most of you are learning about it from me and that are hearing it. And those of you that have heard it, the entire White House press corps was here all weekend. They knew about it. Right? And they didn't go out and do any stories on it. They didn't go and show the area. They didn't show the sniper's nest. They've done nothing.
Yeah, once it's out, you would think that everybody would be talking about it, but man, you're right. They just don't want to talk about it. All I heard was that on Fox was that the news on the internet was that there was the security, so they had to go on the low steps. But that's it. Nothing else. I mean, this is a tremendous story.
No, that's a multi-person job to get that thing up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I would say so. I think there's something serious that they're gonna have to find out what's going on there. And luckily, they did a good job, because they could have had another attempted assassination.
I consider it. I do consider it an attempted assassination. And don't let anyone tell you that there's some deer hunt. You don't hunt on Southern Boulevard at the airport. It's the city.
That's for sure. Right there, right off of 95. I mean, what somebody say? Oh, I was just using it for bird watching. Come on.
No, that's not bird watching.
I mean, without a doubt, it's somebody with nasty ideas to do something to try to hurt the president.
Yeah.
And I would say not only should President Trump have to be extra careful, the rest of his family has to be extra careful, because these people out there where there's no king nonsense, stupidity, are making too many people say, "Oh yeah, we got to stop the President Trump and his family." And just if they can't get President Trump, they'll maybe try his family. So everybody's got to be extra careful.
Well, we know that they consider it a credible threat because they had Trump use those Biden steps, the lower steps, because they wanted him lower to the ground. They didn't want him to go up the main door high up.
Yeah, and like President Kennedy was told right before he went to Dallas, he said that if they want you, they'll get you.
Well, so the thing about this is it fits the pattern of the guy in Butler lied in wait, right? The guy in the golf course lied in wait in the bushes, camouflage for about 12 hours. The Charlie Kirk assassin lied in wait. These are all snipers, and this is the same. This fits the same pattern. All the same signature, each one of them.
We still haven't found out if anybody paid this jerk who was here from wherever he was, that they tried to show them we caught him. Mm-hmm. Now, did somebody pay him?
They said it was. I don't remember if it was the FBI statement or the Secret Service spokesperson said yesterday that the FBI is looking through the cell phone pings off the tower. Well, there's got to be 1 million people that drive by that tower every day pinging, so they must have some timeline information if they're looking at the cell phone, because it would be 1 million numbers a day going by there. It's the airport.
Yeah, especially at the airport.
And 95.
Many people, every day come to their plane, they get right up. I'm here, so there's 1 million calls going on over there. But I'm hoping that they can focus in on that area, perhaps. Maybe the cell phone towers.
All right. Listen, I got to run, Doug, but I appreciate the call. Okay. All right, you take care. It's just sick. These are just sick people. I want to tell you about Friendly Tire in Margate. I've been telling you guys because this is Steve's wife's out of town. When she gets back from vacation, no, she's out of town visiting one of their children out of town. I'm going to have a new commercial running for Friendly Tire with Steve's wife, Lori. She was at the dealer a couple weeks ago getting her tune-up on her car, and she needed new tires. They gave her a quote. She called me. She said, "Do you think Friendly Tire's less money?" I said, "Absolutely." Steve's wife got 4 brand new tires at Friendly Tire in Margate. 4 brand new tires out the door and on the road for hundreds of dollars less than the dealer wanted for 2. That's it. Give him a call. Friendly Mike will give you a quote right over the phone. He has thousands of good used tires in stock at great prices, too. But you can see the new tire prices are so affordable. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. We'll be right back. We'll be back shortly, guys. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. You're welcome to call in about anything I brought up so far today. But there's something I want to touch on because, you know, these leftists, they keep dropping things down. They're just lies and everything else. And they're talking about this $20 billion. They keep saying, oh, Trump gave $20 billion to Argentina. Why did he give 20 billion? America first. Why is he giving $20 billion? He didn't give $1 to Argentina, okay? Now, before I tell you what's going on, there's an article that I just posted to my X, Brian Craig Show on X, and I picked there's a lot of articles on this, but I picked an article from a liberal publication so that the liberals who read it can't discount it, PBS. And PBS is pissed off at Trump. He's cutting all their funding. He hasn't given them anything. He hasn't given them $1. He hasn't given them $40 billion. He hasn't given them $20 billion. I'll tell you what's going on here, and you can read the story from Trump-hating PBS. That'll explain the whole thing to you that I'm saying. But I want to find a liberal say the same thing because it's the truth and it's the story. Argentina wants $40 billion. So the president of Argentina, who was at the Charlie Kirk Memorial last week at the White House, is trying to secure $20 billion in loans from private financial institutions. Okay? That's one. They're trying to find private institutions that will give them a $20 billion loan. The $20 billion from Trump hasn't given them anything, and he's not giving them anything. He made a deal that has not happened yet, and it's conditional. The United States is going to do a currency exchange. They're going to President Trump, with a condition, which I'll tell you. President Trump is exchanging $20 billion in U.S. dollars, $20 billion in U.S. dollars in exchange for $20 billion worth of Argentinian pesos. And that is to prop up the currency value in Argentina. It's not a gift, and they haven't given him one penny yet. Okay? So it's not $40 billion, it's $20 billion. which is, they've been saying 20 billion. Not true. And the 20 billion is not a gift or even a loan. It's an exchange, 20 billion US dollars for 20 billion dollars exchanged in Argentinian pesos under the condition that Milei's government wins re-election, that his party wins re-election. There's an election going on in Argentina. So his party has to win the election, and then they'll do the currency exchange. If they lose the election, no 20 billion exchange for the Argentinian pesos. Okay? So that's not a gift or a loan. That's a money exchange. I don't know how many Argentinian pesos you get for 20 billion US dollars, but it's got to be a lot. And the other 20 billion, Milei's over here trying to get loans from private financial institutions, not the United States, for the other 20 billion. Everything you've been hearing about that story in the press is not true. And it seems to be, and don't argue with me, liberals. Go talk to your Trump-hating friends at PBS, because they're reporting that too. And it was not easy for me to find a liberal source that reported the truth of the story, okay? Because they're leaving out all these things. And what President Trump is doing is so incredibly brilliant, okay? The enemy of the biggest enemy of this country today is not Russia. It's not even China. China's our enemy, but not our biggest. The biggest threat right now are the drug cartels. We are at war with the drug cartels. Everything that's been happening with the illegal immigration over the past years has been an alliance that the cartels made with the Democrats and the political establishment. And he's literally blowing their boats up out of the water, and they're planning land attacks inside Venezuela and elsewhere in Latin America on the cartels. I was telling you guys on Friday, 10% of the United States Navy's military strike force is in or around Venezuela in the Caribbean for the war on drugs, the war against the cartels. And what he's doing by propping up the currency in Argentina with this currency exchange that has not happened and will only happen if Milei's party wins the election, okay, is not just to prop up Argentina, but he's building an alliance in Latin America. And, these Latin American countries are being run by the cartels. The cartels are going to be out of business soon because of what Trump's doing. It's very brilliant. So don't believe your lies that Donald Trump gave $40 billion to Argentina. That's not true. And he's not even giving them $20 billion. He's doing a currency exchange on $20 billion if the party wins the election. If the party loses the election, no currency exchange. So what's wrong with that? Everything the left have said about this story is 100% untrue, a 100% fabrication. But don't let the truth get in the way of their talking points. And I hate to even have to, the media should be the ones doing the coverage of that, not me. Now, there's another thing they're trying to promote, and that is that the peace between Israel and Hamas has failed. President Trump, he was asked about this on Air Force One on the way back to D.C. yesterday.
What's your reaction to Israel strikes on Gaza today?
Well, we're going to have to see what's happening. We want to make sure that it's going to be very peaceful with Hamas. And as you know, they've been quite rambunctious. They've been doing some shooting, and we think maybe the leadership isn't involved in that. Some rebels within, but either way, it's going to be handled properly. It's going to be handled toughly, but properly.
Is the ceasefire still in place?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. This is one of the most absurd things you could possibly imagine what they're doing here, right? So you've got a bunch of guys in Gaza that still have weapons. They're pissed off. They hate Jews. They hate everybody. They're pissed off. They just launched the war, but they're still armed, and they're shooting stuff up, and Israel's had to respond. When wars end, they don't just stop fighting, especially when it's not like a nation state you're against. Right? Israel, Hamas is a terrorist organization. And while they're funded by either Qatar or Iran or whoever funds them, these are still rogue guys out in this is how it happens. I've told you guys, look at Iraq. We defeated Iraq. We had the government, we took over the entire country, and there was an armed insurgency for years over there because they still had weapons and they were using them. Right? This is what happens in all these wars. Same thing happened in Afghanistan. We won the war in Afghanistan. We took it over, and there was still fighting from time to time. This idea that there's some surrender, like in the American Revolution, or this, even after the Second World War, fighting continued after the surrender of Germany and Japan for years, both in Europe and in Asia. It's so bizarre to me that how stupid people are in the media, right? Well, they had a ceasefire. What are these guys? Because they're a bunch of anti-Semitic lunatics that are off on their own with all these military-grade weapons. Yeah, they're still shooting things off. This is what happens at the end of every war. Now, I want to ask you this. Are you or someone you know suffering with pain? Then go see Dr. Appleton. Dr. Appleton offers free consultations. Go talk to him and let him tell you what the robotic laser can do for you. I was talking the other day. I got a relative who lives out of town. They were having back pain. I was trying to get them to come down here and see Dr. Appleton, but you know how family is. Some people, they just won't take your advice, And they went and had back surgery for their pain. Not only are they still in pain, they're in more pain. They're talking about getting a second surgery. I think, what? Why would you go get a second surgery from the quack that gave you the first surgery for back pain, and you're in more pain than you were before the surgery? I don't get that. These doctors, these surgeons, all they know how to do is how to cut you open and charge you lots of money. And I've seen this happen time and time again with guys I've known over the years for shoulder pain, knee injuries, back pain, all kinds of things. If you have a surgery scheduled, go see Dr. Appleton first. Gee whiz. His laser wave pain treatment works. He's rid me of pain 7 times. Give him a call. Remember, appointments are not necessary. Walk-ins are welcome. With the laser, it's 100% painless. You don't even feel it. There's no drugs, no shots, no injections, no downtime, and no surgery. And the consultation is free. Give Dr. Appleton a call. We've had listeners travel from all over the United States to see Dr. Appleton. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. That's 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. If you're on hold, stand by. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. We'll take our last break of the hour and be back. All right, right back, guys. It was a plane watcher. I'm just checking on the audio, guys. Bear with me. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll be back in 1 minute. All right. Stand by, guys. 30 seconds-ish. Yeah, this whole story about the money to Argentina is a complete fabrication by the left. Trump's not giving them $40 billion or 20. He's not giving them anything. He's doing a currency exchange if they win the election. How many people called me moron in the chat when I was? I don't see that now. Go read the story. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. Back to our phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning. This is Joanne from Tamarack.
Hey, Joanne.
Good morning. From the aerial view that you are showing of Air Force One.
Yep.
On the north side, there's basically nothing, and on the south side is where this sniper thing was, with all kinds of buildings.
Yep.
Now, Air Force One cannot take off facing the way it's facing. They have to taxi and turn around in order to take off. Why can they not taxi it around and let him get off facing nothing? There's nothing on the other side. Why he has to get off facing all those buildings.
This is what happens, okay? You're familiar with that area or not? You're in Tamarack, but you're not in Palm Beach.
A little bit.
This is what happened. Okay, I was explaining earlier. In the first term, you were able to, when Air Force One was here, you were able to go to the airport and go right up to the fence close to Air Force One, see it. Then, in this term, I went there the first time Air Force One was back home with him. I went over there. You can't see it anymore. They have this wall of school buses, the biggest school buses you can see, the ones that have the flat fronts, that's surrounded in a wall. It's not visible. Now, this tree where the sniper's nest is on the south side of Southern Boulevard is an elevated position where you can see over the buses. This is what happens, okay? This sniper's nest is a response to the extra security measures they put in after Butler. And I've been telling you guys that when you can see it yourself. I made a video when I went to see the motorcade. When President Trump travels from the airport to Mar-a-Lago, the Beast is traveling at maximum speed. They didn't used to do that. He used to idle all the way there. It would take him like an hour to get from the airport to Mar-a-Lago because they were idling. They just had it basically in drive, And what these bad guys have done is they found a way around the security measures. He's going too fast down Southern Boulevard. They have Air Force One in the stairway blocked with the buses. So they found this place across the street where they could put in this sniper's nest. So when you say, why can't they do this? Why can't you do that? They'll make changes. They already have. But every time they make a change, the guys behind these assassinations, they try to figure out a way to overcome the new precautions.
What I'm saying is it seems that the FBI with his security teams, that's a pretty simple thing to do, to let him get out on the other side. It makes no difference. He gets in his motorcade. They should have done that from the beginning.
Well, we don't know. We don't know that they haven't. But, but this is no doubt in my mind, they think it's an assassination attempt. And I know for two reasons. One, the president used the short stairs to get on Air Force One when he went home yesterday. And he didn't want to go up those Biden stairs, but they made him. And the car driving so fast all the time. The first time I saw it, said, oh, no, he had a fundraiser. No, Even on this Friday, it was going full speed on Friday down Southern Boulevard when he was going to Mar-a-Lago. Full speed, I saw it. So, and because it's going so fast, they can't position someone along the route. That's the only place he's stationary. This is a professional assassination attempt. Very professional.
Well, also, like you said, it's very odd because I have no law enforcement abilities whatsoever. But my first thought was, why are they not staking out this place? Put some soldiers in camo, some trail cameras, and watch this area. See if somebody shows up.
Well, my guess, I agree with you. You're asking, why do we know about it? Yeah. It seems somebody leaked it out, and I believe that it was the deep state that did all this, okay? I think the people that shot him in Butler, tried to do it at the golf course, and the Charlie Kirk assassins are the people behind this. That's my guess, okay?
Yeah, that's been going on for years.
So
with Kennedy and...
Yeah, exactly. So someone, maybe one of the assassins or someone on the team leaked it out to let everybody know after it got discovered. That's what I would... Somebody leaked this out.
That plane. I want to see him get off on the other side.
All right.
From now on.
Okay. All right. Appreciate the call. If you're on hold, hang in there. I mean, this is serious business. And I mean, don't let anybody tell you it's a hunting. This is not a hunt. You don't hunt in downtown West Palm Beach on Southern Boulevard, guys. You don't hunt. The only thing they hunt for is speeders down that track, the sheriff's office with the radar guns. That's about it. They hunt for speeders. This is not a place for deer hunting or bird hunting or any place with guns. And so far as the security presence, they have the sidewalks from the airport to Mar-a-Lago with metal barricades all the time now. They didn't have barricades before. Now, not only do they have barricades, they enforce hardcore for you to be behind them. Now, this is bad stuff, guys. I mean, they're just never going to leave him alone. And I don't know if you guys caught. Let me see if I'm sure I have this somewhere. Maybe I'll play it after the break. I saw. I'll look for this to play after the break. But Eric Trump was talking about the assassinations over the weekend on CNN when he was promoting his book. And I know I've got it somewhere, but I don't have it queued up. I will. If I can find it right now, I'll play it. But it looks like I'm gonna have to play it over the weekend. But Eric looked very upset, and here it is. I found it. Okay,
everything hidden.
Okay, this is Eric Trump on with Smirkanish over the weekend.
Everything hidden will be revealed. The context is Butler, and you say this. A 20-year-old armed with multiple cell phones attempted to kill my father, the father of the greatest political movement in American history, from an unmanned, unprotected rooftop. I remain totally unsatisfied. What are you telling us?
I am totally unsatisfied. I am totally unsatisfied. You had a person with a modern rifle, modern scoped rifle at 130 yards who shot at the former commander-in-chief of the United States and a guy who was going to be, by all accounts at that point, the future commander-in-chief. And then they tried to kill my father 8 weeks later, at his golf course in Palm Beach County, a golf course that I run every single day. I am totally unsatisfied that we have one picture of that shooter. The guy looks like he was 14 years old in the picture. We know nothing about him. We know nothing about him. Right? And I am totally unsatisfied with the result, and I think a lot of America is unsatisfied with the result, and I think we better get to the bottom of exactly what happened.
Are you telling me there's a conspiracy here that you believe that Eric Trump believes resulted in the assassination attempt?
Of course, jerk.
Listen, I think they did everything they could to take my father off that stage. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to impeach him. They tried to take him off the ballots. They tried to silence our votes. They leaked our tax returns. They raided his home. And yes, do I think that they tried to do exactly to my father what they did to Charlie Kirk, where they shot a good friend of mine in the neck and I see my buddy bleeding to death? Yes, I think they tried to kill my father because they did not want his voice on that stage, and they don't want my voice on that stage. They didn't want Charlie's voice on that stage, and that breaks my heart to say, and we better get to the bottom of who this guy was, because we know absolutely, Michael, we know nothing about the guy. We've seen one picture of the guy, and I hope there's a really good, thorough investigation, because as a son, as I sit there with my 4-year-old and my 6-year-old on my lap and I saw my father's head almost come off, I remain completely unsatisfied as to who this person was and the guy's intent and why he did it and what was on his cell phone. I remain completely
Everything.
Okay. So when this is over the weekend, and this was before we knew about this sniper's nest at the airport here in Palm Beach. When Eric Trump says we don't know anything about the shooter, the way I take that is the president doesn't know anything about the shooter. And if you notice, Eric Trump also said what all of us have been saying. And he's the first person in the Trump family that I've heard say this. So when I hear him say these things, I assume the president thinks the same way. He believes the same conspiracy that we have been talking about. And when I say we, I'm not using the royal we with me. I'm talking about you guys too. Same people that shot the president in Butler, tried to do it 8 weeks later at the golf course, killed Charlie Kirk, and are behind this sniper's nest in Palm Beach. They tried to get him in court. They tried to get him in jail. And when everything failed, when they couldn't turn us against him, when they couldn't put him in jail, they shot him. And they tried to do it again 8 weeks later. And now we have this. And then they got Charlie Kirk. And Eric Trump believes that. So that's a confirmation that we've all been right, and that the president and the Trump family believe that too. I want to talk about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. Oh, man. They've just been life-changing. You know, I've been telling you guys, I did not expect to lose so much weight. I didn't think it was possible. I'd never been on any type of diet, anything officially before. And I did not expect to be what I weighed 29 years ago. And my wife was telling me, she was telling me over the weekend, she heard me talking about how my stomach's flat, and when I look down, I realized that I used to have partially obstructed view when I would look down from my belly, and it's completely flat now. She came up to me and she says, yeah, it is. You have 100% unobstructed view. We were thinking about buying my daughter Ariana Grande tickets for Christmas. Yeah, they're $1,000 a piece. I don't think so. $1,500 a piece. I don't think so. You could go on our MAGA cruise for less than what it costs to see Ariana Grande. And that's what we were talking about, obstructed view, partially obstructed. My stomach's completely flat now. I didn't think it was possible to lose that belly, but I did. Schedule your free consultation. And by the way, no matter where you are in the United States, Coastal Weight Loss Secret can help you. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. All right, 1 hour to go. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. We'll take our break for the top of the hour, come back with your calls and much more. Don't go anywhere. Back after this. So here's another picture of the, see, this is what I'm wondering. This is a picture of the sniper's nest in the tree, right? And then there's this thing over here. Does anybody know what this other thing strapped in is? I don't know what that is. But here it is. And is it unusual to have all the straps green like this? No orange, no yellow. And then what is this thing over here? I'm not sure what that is. If you know, let me know. I'm very curious about it. But this is a professional setup. First off, how do you get up there? And how easy is this to put in by yourself? It looks like it's pretty hard to put in for a single person to me. Oh, yeah. Hold on. There's a story I got to pull up. Okay. Okay, we will be back in less than a minute. Oh, this next story, this is a big one. This is a big one. Excuse me, guys. "25 seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show. The 8 o'clock hour has begun. If you're on hold, hang in there. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. We've been talking about this new, sadly, assassination attempt against the president right here, again, in Palm Beach, 5 minutes away from the golf course assassination location. I've been covering that all morning, and you're welcome to call in about that. I've got a story on Mamdani that I'm going to share in a couple of moments that you will not want to miss. If you get to your destination in your car, sit in your car and wait, all right? I'm going to get to it in just a moment. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Dean from Megan Martin County.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, yeah, this deep state cabal are, they're going to do anything and everything to get the most powerful and best president, take him out of office.
It looks like it.
They're crazy.
It looks like it.
Yeah, I feel. One thing I'm worried about for the whole Trump organization is if that moron Dummy gets elected, he's going to go after all of Trump's businesses again. You know what I mean? He's a terrorist. That's his upbringing. So,
no.
What do you think of that?
About what? That he's going to go after his business? Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, absolutely. He's friends with Letitia. And,
I guess the good news is we still have at least 2 more years or 2.5, 3 years here where Trump is still the most powerful man in the world. He can, I guess, fight a mayor off, I would hope.
Yeah, that won't be a problem. Hey, appreciate the call. Take care. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. It's JJ from Mass.
Hey, JJ.
I was just strolling through YouTube the other day, and I saw your channel came up, and it just said must watch. I think is what it said.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Last night's video. Yeah.
Yesterday I saw that, and I was like, holy. When I saw that, it scared the hell out of me.
Yep.
Because when you do, that's not anyway. So I saw that. I watched, and I was like, oh my God. This is 100%. It's a tree stand, yes. However, whatever you want to call it, stand, sit. It's 100% a sniper's nest. But here's the thing about the cell phone data I've heard talked about, and all the different ways that they might try to go after this person. It's not the cell phone data. It's the geolocation, and they can get that down to within a couple of feet of where a phone has been. So if they have that. Okay, if they have that data, and if they do have that, they have this guy under surveillance, and it was a release of information to see the cockroaches scatter, okay, and then listen for the chatter to see where it goes. That's just one theory, but they may not have the guy. And Brian,
you mean they can get the cell phone data tower? They can get the data from a cell phone tower, and determine where that phone was to a couple of feet in an open lot like that?
Do you remember the movie 2000 Mules? They can get the geolocation data from the companies, sift through it, and find where people. Yes, when you're talking about assassination, now you can't do that. I mean, the FBI uses geolocation data all the time.
I wonder how difficult that is on a tower that has. I mean, it's right off of I-95, downtown West Palm, the airport. Because this area where the tree is, while it's a busy area with a lot of businesses, this is kind of like a field where people wouldn't be in that. I mean, how many people could have been around that tree in the last 6 months?
Nobody goes in there. I mean, nobody goes in there. Maybe some homeless people, whatever.
That's about right. That's about it.
If they, I mean, I know that area very well.
Yeah, me too.
If they, I mean, if they did get the geolocation data, it's not really they use the tower, but they use all kinds of different information. They can find out the elevation a person was at. They can figure out if somebody was in a 100-story building. They can find out if in the 90th or the 50th story based on all. But they get different. They get triangulation data from different apps that you might have on your phone. But they can track people. I mean, if you go back and look at how they did it with.
But if this to me, but that wasn't this. This is a professional op, right? And so, or was it another patsy like they had in Butler and
I don't think
Charlie?
I don't think it's professional, Brian. I'll tell you why I don't think it's professional. Because a tree stand, I mean, I look at that tree stand. It looks like a couple. I mean, with all the ropes hanging here, there, and everywhere, it looks like the sixth grade boys class.
You think so?
To have
I don't know. It's pretty high up in that tree. I mean, how many people would it take, especially an amateur, to secure that?
It doesn't, Brian. It's not really a lot of mental effort. You don't have to have a degree in astrophysics to put up.
Yeah, but can you do it with 2 arms, or do you need 4?
You can do it by yourself. You can do it by yourself. I've done it.
Really?
I mean, Christ, it's not. Yes, it's not that difficult.
Well,
it's really not. But when I see all the ropes hanging all over the place, but here's the thing: regardless of if it's professional or amateur, is irrelevant. The fact that it is there.
Well, it's 100%. It's 100% irrelevant because they've used a patsy in Butler, a patsy at the golf course, the Charlie Kirk assassin, another patsy. But what I see as professional, okay, is the tree, elevated location, and the location to overcome the bus barrier that they have around the aircraft. That's Air Force One.
Professional, Brian, when you say professional, are you talking about somebody with a fairly decent IQ and
well, I don't think that weirdo with the transgender boyfriend would figure this out with the tree and going up there and getting the material, the line of sight over the buses. I think it was I think they use patsies, but it's the same people doing all the assassinations, I believe.
Well, I look at it like this: if it was a professional, he wouldn't have left the damn thing. Because I look at all those ropes, it looks like somebody was having a hard time figuring out how to put a friggin' tree stand up, and it's not that damn difficult. So when I look at that, I see somewhat of an idiot, but still with the intent to take a shot at the president. I mean, smart enough to see line of sight.
Yes.
But it's just because, to me, Brian, a professional.
Oh no! I'm not talking about the. Hold on. I'm not talking about the American sniper here. But what I'm talking about is the elevated position.
Okay,
I'm talking about. I'll give you an example. Okay, with the Charlie Kirk assassination, I believe that was a deep state op to bring down MAGA. Okay, the guy was an idiot. Okay. But there were 2 decoys claiming to be the assassins in the crowd instantly. What are the odds of that? So that to me shows professional organization. Amateurs pulling it off, but some professional organization.
Yeah. Well, okay, I got what you're saying.
You see what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm not saying this was some ex-Green Beret mercenary. No.
Well, if somebody's out there listening that's used, I mean, tree stands, Brian. I mean. They're really not that complicated, to put up, and they're not that complicated to take down.
Well, you need a ladder. You need a ladder. You need a
a ladder, rope ladder. However, unless you get climbing boots. However, the person got it up there, it just doesn't. In other words, the person put it up. If they didn't want to get caught if they didn't want anybody to know, they could put it up. They could get the range information with the scope and the sights and all that stuff. Get all that information, then go practice at a shooting range.
And what I'm also curious about is, okay, when the president hasn't been coming to Mar-a-Lago because it's been hot. Right now, he's going to start coming every weekend. So but he's come here for a couple of things, sometimes just for a day, like a fundraiser. So I'd like to know when the last Secret Service sweep was, because it was put up there between those two things.
Exactly. That type of data would be extremely relevant because, I mean, there's also a possibility that they found it and knew it was there, but Trump wasn't, flying in, and they just said, okay, they set up a trap maybe to see who came, and nobody came, and then they're like, okay, let's stir up the pot. But I still believe if the person had a phone on them, and if they had a phone on them, they've got the geolocate. The data is there.
I hope you're right. Listen, I got to run. You added a lot to the conversation, though. I appreciate it. I wasn't aware they could determine so much with an area like that. You're on the air with so many phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Richard from Pompano.
Hey, Richard.
Okay, I'm looking at the screen on your YouTube thing.
Yep.
That patch of land with the trees, do you think the developers 20 years ago just left that there because they couldn't build any more concrete buildings? Or what is that known as a park for children?
No, that's that area is kind of industrial.
Yeah.
And my guess is there's probably a limitation on what you can build there because it's at the end of the runway. I don't know. I'm not a zoning guy.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's an accident that area. It's very valuable real estate and it's empty. But
you don't know if there are any crimes committed in that area over the last 10 years.
The only thing you would not there. No. I wouldn't even expect a lot of homeless people there because there might be, but there's a jail down the street. You can walk to the Trump golf course from there. It's a 5-minute drive from the golf course where the assassin was.
There's no one selling hot dogs.
No, it's not. No, it's Southern Boulevard is the road from the airport to Mar-a-Lago, and this is on the south side. On the south side, just to describe where what I'm calling it a sniper's nest, to describe where it is in the tree. It's on the south side of on the north side of Southern Boulevard is the airport, okay? The airport's on the north side of Southern Boulevard. The south side, there's a sidewalk, a canal, and then this area. So this is on the south side of Southern Boulevard and on the south side of the canal. So this is not an area where there's like hot dog carts and stuff, no.
Do you think any children got in there and tried to build it?
No.
Built for fun, a tree house?
No. This is an industrial area right there. No, there's no kids playing in the park or anything like that, and certainly no hunters.
Can you tell if there's 2x4s or 6-inch planks?
It's strapped in. I mean, it's this hunter's stand thing strapped into the trees.
Oh, pre-made stand. All right. Okay.
All right. Take care. All right, Kash Patel, I really think should have a major press conference over this, just to let, especially after the No Kings over the weekend, with all this violent rhetoric that the left came out with the No Kings. All right, if you're on hold, stand by. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. My name's Brian, back after this. I've got something coming up on Mom Donnie you don't want to miss, guys. You don't want to miss. you're on hold, hang in there, guys. $30 seconds. We'll be back. 30 seconds. Give me a yes or no in the chat. Do you think this was an assassination attempt? Yes or no? What do you guys think? All right, welcome back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Joellen from Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, Joe. Hold on, Joellen. Let me answer these other lines. They're ringing off the hook. Yeah, go ahead, Joellen.
I'm assuming they check for DNA, right?
I don't know. They haven't told us.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that they would do that, but who knows?
I know that they think it was
Anyway.
an assassin for a couple reasons. One, they had the president take the Biden short steps up, so he was low to the ground when he went home yesterday.
Yeah.
They found this on Friday
Yeah.
before he got here, and they shut down Southern Boulevard all weekend long doing sweeps, the FBI. So they think it was an assassination attempt. You can tell by the way they're acting. This wasn't kids playing in a park or homeless people.
Right. Right. Well, I was listening to Nate Friedman. He goes into these No Kings crowds and interviews these people.
Yeah.
These people are totally nuts.
Yeah.
Totally crazy. I mean, just the way of their thinking. I mean, it's like, we definitely need to have our country, our side, and their side needs to stay on wherever side they need to stay on, because these people are just not going to be convinced of anything.
No, there's no. It's what J.D. Vance said. There's no unity with these people. The few Democrats that are left are lost and hopeless.
It is hard to believe that there's people out there like that. But anyways, I was just checking about the DNA. But
I'm sure I'm sure they did. I mean, but Kash Patel. The reason Kash Patel should have a press conference on this, he really needs to let people know what the president's going through. I mean, especially after all the violent rhetoric at the No Kings on Saturday.
That's true, but do they really want to let them know what they have or whatever, or do they want to keep it sort of secret? And
well, it's out.
You don't want to.
It's out.
Yeah.
The story's out. There's no secret. However, it got out. It might have been leaked out, but it's out. So no, and the local news has been covering it a lot because this one of the busiest roads, maybe the busiest road in Palm Beach County, was shut down all weekend. I mean, that's Yeah. All right, Joellen, I appreciate the call.
All right.
All right. Take care. Take care. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. It's Kurt from Maine.
Hey, Maine. What's on your mind?
Listen, just 2 quick points. They must be a manufacturing number at that Hunting Blind.
Yeah.
And secondly, Danny, on Kirk's assassination, the troubling thing to me is a video that shows 3 or 4 men that jump over and are more interested in taking care of a couple things, putting in their pocket, than taking care of Kirk. I mean, and the guy with the brown shirt is out in the audience, and he's almost on a countdown. I mean, that last video I saw, is unbelievable. But thank you, Brian.
All right, appreciate the call. Yeah. Now, there is a story on Mamdani, which the president has responded to. I know there's a lot of big news stories out there. This assassination attempt's a big one. But this Mamdani story should be this story that I'm going to share with you now is the kind of story where they break in regularly scheduled programming. Okay? Look at this. This is nuts. Breitbart reporting, Mamdani posing with imam tied to the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. This is nuts. This is nuts. A post by Zohan Mamdani, the frontrunner to become, this is Breitbart, to become New York City's next mayor, ignited a firestorm after he proudly shared photos of himself smiling beside Imam Sirajah Wahajaj, I can't pronounce his name, an unindicted co-conspirator in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Did you hear that? He's an unindicted co-conspirator in the first attack on the World Trade Center. And Mamdani is posing for a picture with him in an office like these guys have just conquered New York. What the heck? And why is an unindicted conspirator still free in New York? Mamdani ignited a firestorm after he proudly shared photos of himself smiling beside this imam, an unindicted co-conspirator in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, with lawmakers and public figures warning that jihad is coming to New York City unless voters wake up. I mean, what the heck? He put it on his own X. J.D. Vance tweeting on this, I've been reliably informed, this is the Vice President of the United States speaking here, I've been reliably informed that Democrats are opposed to any kind of political violence, so I look forward to them universally condemning Zoran Mamdani for campaigning with an unindicted co-conspirator in a terrorist plot that killed 6 New Yorkers. That's the first attack on the World Trade Center. This is completely insane. And, you know, I told you guys last week, if they connected him to World Trade Center terrorist, he'd still be ahead in the polls. And now we've got the test. Now, the president was asked about this on Air Force One yesterday. This is the president. This is on the way back to D.C. yesterday.
Of Mamdani's photo with the 93 World Trade Center bombing.
Yeah, no, it's a shame. Look, the Mamdani thing is it's a disaster waiting to happen. We can't have a communist in charge of a great, supposedly free enterprise, kind of a representative city. So I think it's, if you have a communist mayor, I think it's going to be very tough for him and for the city.
Do you think he should have posted something like this so close to the election?
Oh, I think it's a shame that that particular man is endorsing him and very friendly with him. You can see there's a relationship. He blew up the World Trade Center, right?
Mr. President.
Wow, that's the president. He blew up the World Trade Center, right? You can see the relationship. Phew. That's it. I mean, you know, this is the test. And will the media cover it? That's the question. Will the media cover the story? You know, it is hurricane season. It is rainy season. And, of course, that means you need to call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing if you have a wet spot on your ceiling. You know, Tom Laporta, he's been with us for many years here on the program. I've met so many of our listeners from all over who have gotten roof repairs and replacements for all different kinds of homes and structures. And they love Tom Laporta. I mean, his roofing staff they're roofers, but they're artisans. I've seen their work, not just on Steve's house. I've gone to a job site of theirs last year, and I was so blown away at how, not just the quality of the work, but I've never seen roofing done like this before. They are literally artisans. Tom Laporta covers both the east and west coast of Florida and everywhere in between. He's a good MAGA guy. He'll never sell you a roof you do not need. If you need a simple repair, he'll do it. This number rings directly to Tom Laporta's cell phone. Give him a call, 954 888-954-4602. You know, Tom Laporta is not just a roofer, he's a contractor. And under Florida law, he's able to deal directly with your insurance company on the cost of the replacement or the repair of your roof. And I got my annual bill from my homeowner's insurance company last week. I opened it up. I've been in a bad mood ever since. It's not cheap. So I know all of us are paying through the nose for our homeowner's insurance. If you have a roof that is damaged, that needs repaired or replaced, let Tom Laporta deal with your insurance company, get that roof repaired or replaced. All right? You pay a lot of money for your homeowner's insurance. Use it. Use it. I wish I had reason to use it. Tom Laporta's number, again, and this rings directly to his cell phone. You can call or text 954-604-4602, 954-604-4602. And online, laportaroofing.com. We'll be right back. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm going to get to the calls when we get back. All right? We'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll be back in about a minute. All right, welcome back, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and this is the Steve Kane Radio Show, where, of course, we're the longest-running radio show, and also where MAGA comes to talk. And there's so much to cover today. You know, I'm a little off today because of this new assassination attempt. It's just, you know, I thought they would have backed off. You know, he's in his second term, and I figured, well, they tell themselves, you know, he's in his second term and he can't run again or something, but it doesn't seem to be. So the No Kings rally over the weekend, I saw this on X. There was a community notes correction. MSNBC was showing an aerial view of a crowd. You couldn't see any ground. It was just people. And they said it was the No Kings rally in Boston. And then some fact checkers on X said that this was a photograph from a protest in Boston 8 years ago in 2017. I haven't got any confirmation on that, but I haven't heard them come back and say that it wasn't. So, and you know the one I'm talking about, the Boston protest, this was like the largest one where they had the aerial view of the sea of people. And since they haven't come back to correct it yet, to me, it seems like it was probably not true. In fact, I even myself, before I saw that, they had this aerial photo, and they're 30 minutes apart, and everything and everyone is in the exact same spot 30 minutes apart at the Boston No Kings image that they're saying is really from 2017. I don't know for sure. But I'm leaning that it is from 2017, but we don't know for sure. Don't have any confirmations on that yet, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. You know, I did watch a lot of what happened over the weekend at these No Kings events. I wanted to explain, most of the people at these events were senior citizens. And this is important for a couple of reasons, because a lot of people say, oh, they're old people. And a lot of people are hearing MAGA people say, oh, they're old people. What ageism? We're not pointing it out. You know, we have people that are older, too, in our movement. But what we're been talking about when we talk about the age being so old of your average No Kings protester, which was true with the Tesla protest and even the No Kings 1 events. And what the significance of that is they don't have young people, not in large numbers. We do, right? Because we had, you know, Charlie Kirk with Turning Point. Hopefully that continues. The Democrats have lost so many of their key demographics, including the youth vote. And the significance that so many of the No Kings protesters are senior citizens, it's not about ageism. They're not reproducing Democrats. They don't have a young generation of Democrats any longer. Your average Democrat is some old hippie from the 60s, right? And that's a pretty significant thing. Now, President Trump was talking about getting the World Cup moved from Boston because the racist mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, is part of the insurrection against the federal government. She's joining Chicago, the state of Illinois, Portland, and New Scum and Karen Bass in the new Confederate States of America that the Democrats are organizing here. And so they've been, but ICE has been active as other federal agencies in Boston in spite of Mayor Wu. Listen to this. There have been 1,406 illegals in Boston arrested since they began this operation, including murderers, rapists, and gang members. And, you know, I know this is a pretty amazing thing, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you have Mayor Wu out there saying, we don't want you here. They've just taken 1,406 of the worst types of criminals you can be. Rapists, gang members, and murderers. Murder and rape are the worst crimes someone can commit. You know, and it's not an accident that they're in Boston because they've had free reign like they've had in these other cities. And, of course, no one's going to question Mayor Wu about that. Now, a couple other things I want to mention. And this story with with Mamdani, with the unindicted co-conspirator from the first World Trade Center bombing. Young people today don't even remember the first World Trade Center bombing. The second World Trade Center bombing, 9/11. It's like ancient history to them. So the 93 bombing, it was a big, people forget. It was 93, of course. I was 22. I don't remember what month it was, but it was a big deal. And they made movies about that too, before 9/11. And in fact, it was such a big deal that there were a lot of terrorist security things in effect in New York City on 9/11 because of the first bombing. That's why they had that command center in the middle of the city that they wanted Giuliani to go to and such. It was in response to this, And this is going to be, to me, I'm wondering, is this the October surprise? But this should be, maybe it is. This should be where all Cuomo talks about is this guy. And believe you me, this unindicted co-conspirator, Imam, that Zohan's in the picture with, his whole identity is that he's an unindicted co-conspirator from the first World Trade Center bombing in 93. That's his whole identity. There's no way Zohan doesn't know who he is, what he did, and why he's significant. In fact, going there for his endorsement, taking the picture, and then bragging about it is all about the fact that this Imam's an unindicted co-conspirator from the 93 World Trade Center bombing. And, this will be a test of Cuomo as to whether or not he's the real deal or not. And even Curtis Sliwa. Curtis Sliwa's doing a lot of interviews now. And Curtis Sliwa, if I were Curtis Sliwa or I was on the Cuomo team, all I would be talking about is this Imam and carrying this picture with me everywhere to show the media, demanding they report this story. Because now we have him bragging, not just hanging out and taking pictures, but bragging about hanging out with a terrorist. Make no mistake about it. This Imam, an unindicted co-conspirator from the World Trade Center bombing, fits the textbook definition of a terrorist, an Islamic jihadi terrorist. So when you've got a Muslim man running for mayor of New York, the first Muslim to do this, and he posted up on his X over the weekend bragging that this is scary, not just because of the association. It's scary that Zohan has no fear about this association, right? He's so confident. He's so arrogant. If he was a normal thinking candidate, he would keep this association secret and let him go around in his mosque and among his Muslim friends, this Imam, and say, vote for Mamdani, and then hang around with him after he wins the election. But to not only associate with this guy before the election, take photographs and post them up on your X and brag about it, shows how dangerous Mamdani really is, that he's completely fearless. And what a giving the middle finger to New York City doing this. There aren't that many World Trade Center terrorists alive. Most of them died in the attack, right? And and any that are alive, there aren't that many free. And he found a way of why would he do such a thing? Arrogance, stupidity, doesn't see anything wrong with it, respects the guy, wants people to know about the association. There's no good reason. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. All right. Once, twice, you're out. Well, we're coming up on the break anyway. Before we break, I want to ask you this. Do you suffer from neuropathy? If you answered yes, call Lighthouse Medical in Pompano. I can't highlight this enough. Steve had neuropathy in the worst way. Couldn't get out of bed. After his first treatment, he saw relief. Now, over 3 years later, not only are his neuropathy symptoms gone, over 3 years later, they've stayed gone. They haven't come back. Over 3 years since he had the treatment, and his neuropathy symptoms have not come back. Lighthouse Medical has a treatment for neuropathy. They have a treatment that works, and they have a treatment that lasts. We're over 3 years since Steve's treatment, and his neuropathy has not returned. give them a call. Make sure you mention you heard about them on the Steve Kane Show, and you can take advantage of their no-charge consultation. Also, they can help you no matter where you're located in the United States or Canada, for that matter. If you can't make it into their office, call them. They can still help you. 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642. That's 754-222-6642. And online, lighthousemedical.com. We'll be right back. Hey there, hold on. Okay, 1 minute. We'll be back, guys. 1 minute. All right, we are back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. It's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated with the Gold and Precious Metals Report. William Youngerman, how the metals looking this week?
Metals looking strong on the opening here after a big sell-off on Friday, giving us that buying opportunity we've been waiting for, some kind of a pullback, and we got it on Friday with gold dropping $74.50, but at one point down significantly more than that, trading in a range of $4,186 on the low to a high of $4,380 on the high. A $200 spread on gold happened on Friday. Silver closed out the week at $51.86, which was down $2.25. Platinum was down $101 at $1,610. And palladium lost $144 at $1,449. So a great buying opportunity at the close of last week, and a lot of people took advantage of that, of course. Overnight, we saw gold trading in a range of $4,218 on the low, all the way up to $4,322 so far this morning. And right now, we're at $4,319. That's up $68.20. So we just about gained back everything that we lost on Friday. $4,318. We have been up to $4,322. Silver up 50 cents right now at $52.36 the ounce. Platinum up $16 at $16.26, and palladium up $12 at $1,461. So gold at $43.20. Not bad.
Not bad. No, not at all. You know, I've been hearing reports around the country that some dealers are like completely out of some of the metals. What's your supply like at William Youngerman's?
Yeah, we still have a good supply of all the precious metals. So we're one of the few dealers that have everything in stock still. So
yeah,
you can come in and walk out with the precious metals that you're looking to buy.
That's right. Tell your friends. William Youngerman has all the gold, silver, platinum, and palladium you're looking for, with emphasis on gold and silver right now. I mean, this is amazing. Give William Youngerman a call. He opens up at 10 a.m. 1-800-327-5010. 1-800-327-5010. His address is 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca, on the first floor of the Bank of America building, immediately east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto. You can find both his address and phone number online at williamyoungerman.com. williamyoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay, have a great day.
All right, take care. All right, so we got Mamdani bragging in a photograph with a World Trade Center terrorist. We have an assassination attempt stopped by the Secret Service over the weekend right here in Palm Beach. It's a lot going on. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Yeah, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello. Hey, Brother Brian, good morning. Two good points. One guy called in about a serial number, some type of marking on the actual place where they would lie. It has to be something sturdy to sit there for a while. So if you can go back to the like Dick's Sporting or whatever sporting stores in the area, maybe the guy used a credit card to buy it because they wanted something to be makeshift quickly, not to build it from scratch. So there could be like serial numbers, and then they could try to backtrack that with a credit card or video going back from Friday, maybe two weeks to a month, and they can zero in on that. That is one way to kind of. Now the other thing is JJ from Mass brought up a good point, because if you go back to 2020. When that guy was driving around and stuffing ballot boxes in different locations, how did they know? They tracked the phone. So once we continue the phone in that wooded area, nothing should be in there but dead vegetation, fallen trees and branches. Therefore, you will only be dumping dead bodies. There's no, one side is road, one side is a commercial building. If there's train tracks on the other side and more bushes, there's no reason to be on a road that people are going 45 miles an hour plus. There's no reason to be in that spot.
Yeah.
So for these people who talk about hunting, they're just full of it, okay?
No one's hunting off of Gun Club Road and Southern Boulevard next to the airport. No one's hunting there.
It would be fishing. It would be fishing if anything.
Maybe.
You make a good point, Brian.
I would not eat anything out of that canal. I would not eat anything out of that canal.
If Air Force One was always parked like 10 or 10 feet left, 10 feet right, but it's always in that same spot, you got to think, what are the odds of someone that wants to just set up camp in those dense bushes where no one else is around in that exact spot?
Correct.
That is common sense will tell you that the chances of picking that tree is highly unlikely. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. Listen, listen, with all the assassinations that we've dealt with, the two on Trump and the Charlie Kirk assassin, none of them were professionals. Okay, they were amateur assassins. However, I find it the thing about the Charlie Kirk assassination, there were two guys in the crowd who immediately claimed responsibility for the assassination, which drew the police and allowed the guy to escape. Okay, so that to me shows some conspiracy. Eric Trump was on. I played the clip earlier of Eric Trump on CNN on Smirkanish over the weekend, saying the same thing about the assassinations of the assassination attempts on his dad, as well as Charlie Kirk's, before we knew about this one, and he agrees with us on it. So it's the same people from Butler that are involved in this one.
Here's the parallel. The same guy that when everybody ducked when the bullet hit Charlie, he was the one saying, "I did it." Remember, he was at January 6th and at 9/11.
Yeah, the old man. That's correct.
And you brought up the connection with Mamdani and the guy that did the first bombing at World Trade Center. That was in the parking lot and underneath. So they didn't have
the parking garage. The parking garage.
Right, garage. Correct. So you made a good comparison. My point is, see the connection, but it's all that period of time has gone by. The same thing with this guy at the Charlie Kirk event and September 11 and January 6th. You see, a lot of time.
Well, but you're right. I appreciate the call. To the young voters that are supporting Mamdani in New York, the Zohan voters, 9/11 to them is like Pearl Harbor long ago. I mean, they don't even, it's so long ago, it's not even on their radar. The first World Trade Center bombing, I was 22 in 93, and it was before my birthday, so I was 21. I remember it barely myself, and I was 21. But hey, listen, I was having those are some party years of mine, so there's probably a lot I've forgotten about those years. But it's so long ago. But that's where the media need to do their job. And this is, there were all these, when we hear about associations with people, okay, all these liberals that always make these associations with Trump and Epstein because he took a photograph with him, or look at what they did. They had Trump in a criminal trial because he took a photograph with Stormy Daniels. Celebrities take pictures with people a lot, okay? Here you have Mamdani, who knows damn well who this guy is and what he did. And I promise you, in the Muslim community, this guy's whole fame is centered around being an unindicted co-conspirator of the first World Trade Center bombing. So he knew exactly who he was, what he did, why he's famous, and this endorsement and this photograph that Mamdani put up on his own X. He wanted his people to know, hey, I'm with the unindicted co-conspirator from the first Trade Center bombing. This is all done designed by him. It is so relevant. So it's up to the media and it's up to Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa to walk around with this photograph and talk about nothing but. But maybe Mamdani thinks it boosts him in the ratings. Maybe it will. There's so much anti-Semitism with the young left today. This might boost him a couple points in the polls. I don't know, but it still has to be talked about. And let me ask you this question, and I'm serious about this question. Do you think that if somebody is knowingly associating with terrorists, that they should be removed from running from office? Knowingly associating with a terrorist, should you be forbidden from running for office? I would say yes. I don't know what can be done here legally, and I know the ballots are already done, even though everything's electronic. They keep telling us that. But there's something just not right with this. And not only is there something not right with this, there's something not right in New York. All right? Now, I want to talk about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. I'm wearing, remember I told you I went through my shirts about a week ago, got rid of the stuff that was too big for me now, that I don't know, I didn't outgrow, I did the opposite. I degrow, I don't know what the word is. Well, I've done the same thing with pants. And, I was kind of running low on pants, tell you the truth, because stuff wasn't fitting me anymore. And when I cleaned out my closet, I found all these old pants. I'm wearing a very old pair of pants right now. These pants, I don't know how many years old these pants are. They look like new. I haven't worn them in a long time because they didn't fit, and they were just in the back of my closet. And they fit, and these are pants I haven't worn because they were too small for a long, long time. And not only am I wearing them and they fit, I got to wear a belt to hold them up. I'm wearing a belt. I mean, this is just amazing. I don't know what you call the opposite of outgrow, because I've been shrinking by quite a bit. And these are nice pants. They're very comfortable. I like them. And I've got a lot of other pants that I haven't been able to wear in a long, long time because they were just too small. And now everything's fitting, and I'm using belts again. I stopped using belts because I didn't need to. My body was holding up my clothes. Now they're falling off my body. So I got to wear belts. Give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call and schedule your no-charge consultation. And I'm here to tell you, my results are typical. I lost about 1 pound a day without exercise, without starving myself, and without taking any prescription medications or any shots or any of that. And I see some of these people, celebrities, that take these shots. You can tell by looking at them. I saw Ryan Seacrest the other day. Oh, my goodness. Have you seen Ryan Seacrest lately? Shh. He's not good to look at. I'm telling you, it's scary. Well, I guess it's perfect this month. It's Halloween and all. But I look natural because I lost the weight naturally. Give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call. They can help you no matter where you're located. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlosssecret.com. All right. just to wind up today, most of what I focused in on today was this assassination attempt of the president. And I just couldn't get myself to talk about much else other than that. I mean, I'm very upset about it. It's frightening to me. I do believe it's the same people that are responsible for the other assassination attempts on his life and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I think it's the same people. I think there's probably because of the indictments. And I got a lot of questions about it. And I'm really hoping that Kash Patel does a real press conference over this. People got to know what President Trump is risking for this country. They really do. And I covered a few other things too, but the other story, which of course is Mamdani with this unindicted co-conspirator terrorist from the first World Trade Center bombing. My goodness. What the heck? I mean, these are two of the most scandal. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Brian from Deerfield.
Hey, Brian, you got 30 seconds.
Brian, that picture I'm looking on the screen right here on YouTube, I see this guy chumming it up with these two guys. That alone is enough for me to reconsider my vote or to withhold my vote. This is like a big family reunion here. This is a disgrace.
Yeah.
Any New Yorker seeing this photo should be enough to say, "Uh-oh, wait a minute."
If I were Cuomo, I would have a press conference this morning at the World Trade Center holding this photograph, and I would have somebody from the first bombing with me.
Yes.
This guy's an unindicted. He's a terrorist. This guy, this imam.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. This photo, like they say, a photo says 1,000 words. Look at
and
this
isn't like
these
Stormy
guys.
Daniels, who ran into Trump at some event. He went to this guy's office and posed for the picture and then bragged. All right, I'm out of time, but good points. The rest of you on hold, hang in there. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6. You'll be first in line. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest-running radio show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. I know, scary stuff. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Take care. God bless Donald Trump. All right, we're clear. Listen, if you're new, thank you, Cheesehead. He's had great stream. Thank you very much. I can't go long today. I started before 5 a.m. this morning, by the way, guys. So if you missed the first hour. I came on, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes before 5 a.m. So I've got some meetings and things I have to do today, so I can't go long today. But thanks for watching. Make sure you subscribe. And if you guys could do me the favor of liking the video and subscribing, that helps a lot. Liking the video does tremendous amounts of work. But take the link to the program and share on all your socials and invite your friends to join the channel community here. My name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. I'll talk to you next time. Thanks for watching.